Verse 4. Opening a Sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Chapter 28. The 10 Penetrations. Sutra, Chapter 28, 10 Spiritual Powers. Commentary. Chapter 28, 10 Spiritual Powers. This chapter is the 28th chapter in the Flower Adornment Sutra, which in Chinese has 81 fascicles. This chapter discusses the 10 spiritual powers that Bodhisattvas possess. If Bodhisattvas have these special abilities, Buddhas obviously possess them in full as well. Bodhisattvas acquired these 10 spiritual powers through spiritual practice. If Bodhisattvas are capable of such achievements, all sentient beings who bring forth the Bodhi resolve, walk the Bodhisattva path, and cultivate Bodhisattva's practices will obtain these 10 spiritual powers. As long as you walk the Bodhisattva path, you will acquire these 10 spiritual powers without having to seek for them. As long as you continue to practice, you will realize such a feat. In this Dharma ending age, many great sages of the Dharma Bodhi and Bodhisattvas in various manifestations appear in the world to remind us to avoid wrong knowledge and views and maintain correct knowledge and views. Bodhisattvas cultivate the Bodhisattva practices and acquire these 10 kinds of spiritual powers. Should Bodhisattvas avoid revealing their spiritual powers? No. If Bodhisattvas have spiritual powers yet refuse to use them, then what would be the point of having such powers? It would be like a person who is unaware that he has a pearl hidden in his clothes. Consequently, he often goes hungry, unclothed, and homeless. Is he not a pauper? Is this person dissimilar from a pauper if he does not know how to use his precious gem? Bodhisattvas with spiritual powers are analogous to the fellow with the pearl. If people do not have such abilities, they can't use them even if they wish to. If they have such capabilities, they may readily use them. Many ordinary people who are ignorant, especially those masquerading as Buddhists, or Buddhists who only understand a fraction of the Buddha Dharma, never want to investigate the truth. These individuals only know to say whatever everyone else says, rather than to probe the principle behind the other's words. Hence, people take small things and blow them out of the proportion. They claim that people should not possess spiritual powers during the Dharma ending age. Such words are just the seeds for the house. If they even knew as little as 1 atom's worth of Buddhism, one tiny part of Buddhism, they would avoid carelessly judging and criticizing Buddhism. Buddhism explains truths rather than duplicitous principles, deceptive principles, hypocritical principles of self-deceit, or principles that mislead everyone, including oneself. Buddhism plumbs the depths of truth. One investigates until the truth manifests. Be it divisions of gods and dragons will certainly protect and support truth wherever it exists. Wherever truth exists, the Buddhas of the 10 directions will certainly protect and support it. Wherever truth exists, the Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions will certainly protect and support it. Thus, as long as you understand the truth, you are a true Buddhist. If you fail to understand the truth and befuddled and befuddled whatever anyone claims, then you are quite likely to mislead yourself and others. For what reasons did the Bodhisattva attain these 10 spiritual powers? He attained them in order to expediently and cleverly teach and transform sentient beings, and to help all sentient beings bring forth the great Bodhi resolve rather than to follow worldly ways. Ordinary people, on the other hand, wallow in the mire and pursue unwholesome worldly ways like everyone else. Since everyone else is that way, I'll be the same. That is a confused Buddhist. What is there to gain from being a deluded Buddhist? The more you learn, the more you become deluded. The more deluded you are, the more foolish you become. You don't know to pursue truth. You fail to recognize true proper Dharma. Since you do not recognize proper Dharma, you learn heterodox teachings instead. Not only do you study heterodox teachings, furthermore, you slander the proper Dharma that is really pitiable. What is proper Dharma? What is a heterodox teaching? The proper Dharma prevails when one practices according to the Buddha's Dharma, teachings and Vijnana, that is, when one avoids violating the precepts, one obeys, respects, and maintains the precepts at all times. One refrains from anything that is contrary to the precepts. One only does things that are in accordance with the precepts. This is the path that Bodhisattvas follow. Everyone should learn the Buddha Dharma with this proper frame of mind and refrain from passing the time gossiping. To do otherwise makes one not only unworthy of the label Buddhist, but someone who fails to do anything worthwhile. As people who are studying the Buddha Dharma, we must recognize true Buddhism as opposed to imitation Buddhism. We must support genuine Buddhism. We should correct duplicitous Buddhism so that its followers will understand the proper Dharma in the future. Bodhisattvas' intentions are such that they can't bear to see sentient beings fall into the house. Bodhisattvas can't bear to see people reborn as animals or hungry ghosts or tumble into any of the three evil paths. Bodhisattvas' intentions are such that whether sentient beings desire it or not, Bodhisattvas teach them the proper Dharma. Bodhisattvas do not act on their sentimentalities in relating to people. Consequently, they have spiritual powers. If Bodhisattvas have spiritual powers and are able to exercise them, why is there a stigma about ordinary people who attain spiritual powers using them? That's ridiculous. It's utter nonsense. Such a prohibition practically guarantees the extinction of Buddhism's proper Dharma and outstanding talents. Students of Buddhism must maintain correct knowledge and views whether or not you understand the Buddha Dharma. One must not embrace wrong knowledge and views. Since you have proper knowledge and views, you will accept the genuine Buddha Dharma. Without correct knowledge and views, you will reject the proper Dharma. Hence, with earnest compassion, Bodhisattvas patiently and kindly guide sentient beings until they change. This way, sentient beings really understand, awaken, and practice the Dharma. This is the Bodhisattva's intent. Bodhisattvas harbor not a trace of selfishness, self-interest, or interest in fishing for fame and repute. Bodhisattvas simply practice honestly, listening to the Buddha's teaching and acting accordingly. Therefore, they are able to attain spiritual powers. There are ignorant Buddhists in the Dharma-ending age who claim that no one can possess any spiritual powers during this era. Due to their stupidity, they don't see people with spiritual powers. They don't recognize Bodhisattvas with spiritual powers even if they see them. As the Chinese say, mistaking what is before your face, you narrowly miss your opportunity. Furthermore, those Bodhisattvas with spiritual powers realize that such people have erroneous ideas and improper views, so they will not teach them. We should turn our light within and reflect on the ways in which we are flawed. Upon gaining an awareness of that, we should quickly and seriously make the resolve for Bodhi. This is the principle behind the 10 spiritual powers. All of you good advisors, if any of you have spiritual powers, I would be pleased that you use them. If you incur any offenses from using spiritual powers, I shadow your offenses. Since you claim that you'll fall into the house if you use spiritual powers, I am willing to go into the house on your behalf. Don't be afraid. Only be afraid that you have no spiritual powers. Conversely, don't pretend that you have paranormal abilities when you have none. Don't pretend that you're a Bodhisattva following the Bodhisattva path. You must practice truthfully. Don't put up a facade. All of you must quickly begin practicing earnestly, working and taking one firm step at a time. Do not be careless and slapdash Buddhists who merely bide their time. You have to seriously practice so that you become an outstanding individual. By doing that, although you may appear to be practicing like most Buddhists, you will reach the fruition of the path first. Once you realize the fruition of the path, you can then turn around to get friends with whom you have affinities. I'm telling you this in all honesty. During this Dharma ending age, we need people who practice sincerely, who are enlightened, who realize the fruition of sagehood, who practice what they say and attain great wisdom. Sutra. At that time, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva Mahasattva told all other Bodhisattvas, disciples of the Buddha, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva has 10 spiritual powers. What are the 10? Commentary. At that time, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva Mahasattva, a great Bodhisattva among all Bodhisattvas, told all other Bodhisattvas. He announced to all Bodhisattvas, disciples of the Buddha, all of you are good disciples within Buddhism, disciples who practice according to the Buddha's teaching. You should know that a Bodhisattva Mahasattva has 10 spiritual powers. Now let me tell you, what are the 10? What are the 10 spiritual powers of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva? Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing others' minds. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva recognizes the varied minds of sentient beings in a trilogism. Minds of goodness, minds of evil, expansive minds, narrow minds, immense minds, petty minds, minds that follow birth and death, minds that do not follow birth and death, minds of hearers, minds of solitarily enlightened sages, minds of bodhisattvas, hearers, minds for practice, solitarily enlightened sages, minds for practice, bodhisattvas, minds for practice, minds for devas, minds of dragons, minds of yakshas, minds of gandharvas, minds of asuras, minds of Garudas, minds of Kinnaras, minds of Mahoragas, minds of humans, minds of non-humans, minds of beings in the house, minds of animals, minds of those at the place of King Rama, minds of hungry ghosts, minds of sentient beings in various places of hardship. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha. A great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas uses the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing others' minds. This spiritual power enables one to know others' minds, their inner thoughts. With this power, one can read others' minds to know what they are thinking and what they want to say. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva recognizes the varied minds of sentient beings in a trilogism. He knows the minds of those in a trilogism. 1,000 worlds from a small trilogism. A thousand worlds from a small trilogism. 1,000 small trilogism from a medium trilogism. 1,000 medium trilogisms from a large trilogism. Thus, a trilogism is so named because it represents 3 multiples of a trilogism. Having mentioned chiliocosms thrice, it is a tri-chiliocosm. The thoughts of all sentient beings in a tri-chiliocosm differ. Instead of comprehending only sutra, beings in good and evil destinies, beings with blessed and cursed futures, beings beautiful or ugly, beings defiled or pure, and other such uncountable kinds of beings, that is to say, he sees devas, dragons, yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kinnaras, mahoragas, humans, non-humans, those diminutive in body, those enormous in body, those small and those great. With his unobstructed vision, he clearly discerns the various kinds of sentient beings. He comprehensively and unerringly sees sentient beings according to their accumulations of karma, their experiences of suffering and happiness, their minds, their discriminations, their views, their speech, their causes, their karmic results, their conditions, and what they give rise to. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasatva's second wisdom-based spiritual power of the unobstructed heavenly eye. Commentary. A Bodhisattva uses the first wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing others' minds to practice the Bodhisattva path and teach sentient beings. The second is the wisdom-based spiritual power of the unobstructed pure heavenly eye to observe various causes and conditions, various retributions, various kinds of births, and that are undergone. Therefore, the sutra states that there are sentient beings who die on this earth and then are reborn on another planet. They may be born on this earth again, perhaps in Asia, America, Africa, Australia, or Europe. Each of the 5 continents has its own sentient beings who die and then are born, or who are born and then die. Bodhisattvas with the wisdom-based spiritual power of the heavenly eye clearly perceive these circumstances of transmigration and retribution. Americans may be born in Asia, Asians may be born in America, Americans may be born in Australia, and Australians may be born in Africa. They die and are born in a recurrent cycle without beginning or end. On this earth, they are born and then die, they die and then are born. Beings in good and evil destinies. There are those who are born in the good paths, the human realm, the heavenly realm, and the asura realm. There are those born in the 3 evil paths of animals, hungry ghosts, and hell beings. Asuras are classified into the category of the 3 good paths sometimes, and the 4 evil paths other times, because they enjoy competition and battles. With such big tempers, they want to challenge everybody. Beings with blessed or cursed features. If you do lots of good deeds, you will have a blessed appearance. If you do all kinds of evil deeds, you will incur the appearance of a criminal. A blessed appearance is the appearance of perfect blessings and virtue. The offensive appearance is ugly. Everyone is afraid to look at you. Beings beautiful or ugly, one's appearance may be upright and proper or unattractive. Beings defiled or pure, perhaps they are unkempt and unbearably vulgar, or perhaps they are pure and elegant, and other such uncountable kinds of beings. Sentient beings' appearances vary depending on the type of infinitely many categories to which they belong. That is to say, he sees devas. Heavenly beings have abundant blessings, and dragons who practice all kinds of Mahayana Buddha Dharma but don't uphold the precepts. Since they courageously and vigorously practice Mahayana Buddha Dharma, they have spiritual powers. Since they frequently violate the precepts, such as breaking the vow of being a vegetarian and other precepts, they turn into different animal species. They feel that precepts are not important and that bending the rules a bit is alright. It's not a big deal to them. That's why they become animals. Dragons are animals. Yakshas are a type of ghost. Their speeding ghosts too are quite swift. This type of ghost can fly in space and walk on land, doing so very quickly. They're faster than rockets. Gandharvas are music spirits for the Dread Emperor. Asuras are bold and competitive, a type of creature with hot tempers. The multitudes of Garudas are the great Pongbas. The multitudes of Kinnaras are music makers for the Dread Emperor as well. The multitudes of Mahoragas are great python spirits. The multitudes of humans are all of us people. The multitudes of non-humans are all other sentient beings and those diminutive in body such as flies, insects, ants, and microorganisms. These are all tiny creatures. Those enormous in body include the big elephant and other animals in the ocean with extremely long bodies. He sees those small microscopic life forms and those great life forms. With his unobstructed vision, he clearly discerns the various kinds of sentient beings. The Bodhisattva uses his spiritual power of the heavenly eye, which is derived from wisdom, also called unobstructed vision. He sees every detail in plain view. He comprehensively and unerringly sees sentient beings according to their accumulations of karma, their experiences of suffering and happiness. He comprehensively and unerringly sees sentient beings according to their accumulations of karma, their experiences of suffering and happiness. If they plant roots of goodness, they reap the fruits of goodness. If they plant roots of evil, they reap fruits of evil. Therefore, the result may or may not be happiness depending on what they create in their minds, their discriminations that they create, and their views depending on whether they construct wholesome or unwholesome views as well as their speech, what they say, their causes, and their karma. If their karmic results or intentions are kind, they reap positive results. If they are evil, they reap negative results. The Bodhisattva observes their karmic results, their conditions that they generate, and what they give rise to, such as the arising of states. The Bodhisattva uses his spiritual power of the heavenly eye derived from wisdom to clearly see us sentient beings in our every move. That's why the Vada Sutra states all the various thoughts in which occur to sentient beings are completely known by the Tathagata. Similarly, the Buddha clearly knows and sees all sentient beings' variety of bodies. Not only does the Buddha know this in detail, the Bodhisattvas under discussion who have accumulated all kinds of good rules, these Bodhisattvas of equal enlightenment who have perfected the 6 paramitas and the myriad practices, can see every detail comprehensively. Their vision is flawless and infallible. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasatva's second wisdom-based spiritual power of the unobstructed heavenly eye. The great Bodhisattva among the Bodhisattvas has this kind of ability and power to observe all sentient beings with their various forms, various karma, and various retributions in clear precision. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing past lives whenever one wishes. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows past lives of his own and all sentient beings in worlds as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands, throughout past eons as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows everything such as their places of birth, their first names and surnames, their ethnicity, their diet, their pain and pleasure, the causes and conditions under which they have been evolving and transmigrating endlessly in the realms of existence, for life after life since time immemorial. He also knows all matters such as sentient beings, various types and ranks, nationalities, destinies in rebirth, appearances, karmic deeds, bondage, thoughts, causes, and conditions that lead to their different lives. He also recalls that there are as many Buddhas as dust motes in all Buddha lands, in worlds as many as dust motes in all Buddha lands, throughout eons as many as dust motes in all Buddha lands. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva recalls the name of each Buddha, how that Buddha came into the world, his assemblies, his parents, his attendants, his hearers, his two best disciples, his cities and counties, his living home, his attainment of utmost proper enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, the places and thrones where he proclaimed so many sutras, how he benefited sentient beings, his lifespan at that time, his performance of Buddha deeds, his entry into parinirvana through reliance on the non-residual parinirvana, and how long his Dharma remained after his entry into parinirvana. The Bodhisattva can recall all of this. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva again called, all of you disciples of the Buddha, with a state of wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing past lives whenever one wishes, he reads others' minds, sees with his heavenly eye, and knows others' past lives without exerting any conscious effort. Our hearts, on the other hand, must exert a conscious effort to contemplate purposefully before they can know. The states that we are talking about are those of bodhisattvas. A bodhisattva does not have to intentionally contemplate or observe in particular. You can't tell from bodhisattvas' actions or behavior that they're contemplating and in what regard. However, they naturally know whatever they need to know. They don't need to think. This is effortless spiritual wisdom. Our hearts, on the other hand, need to quiet down, focus, meditate, and then contemplate before they know all states. This bodhisattva being discussed now has the wisdom of knowing past lives and thus can know all states. He knows his own past lives as well as those of all sentient beings in worlds as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands, throughout past eons as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. He knows and understands everything these sentient beings have experienced in past lifetimes during karma past as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. He knows everything, such as their places of birth. Where are these sentient beings that we are talking about born? Their first names and surnames. What are their first names? What are their surnames? Their ethnicity. What race are they? Are they white or black? Are they brown or red? What are their ethnic backgrounds? Taiwan has the High Mountain tribe. China has the Han Chinese, Manchus, Mongolians, Uyghurs, Tibetans, Yao, and many other ethnic groups. Their diet. Sentient beings are born in a particular country. Each country enjoys a particular diet, consuming different foods. Some eat bread, some eat rice, some in Africa use yams and cassavas for food. They dig the roots out of the soil and eat them cooked or raw. Different peoples have different customs and habits. Their pain and pleasure. What kind of suffering and happiness do they undergo? The causes and conditions under which they have been evolving and transmigrating endlessly in the realms of existence for life after life since time immemorial. For beginnings compass, they have been tossing and turning in the 3 realms and 25 levels of existence due to causes and conditions. They have been evolving little by little, life after life, for a long time now. Sentient beings have long been circling in the cycle of birth and death unceasingly for life after life, generation after generation. He also knows matters such as sentient beings' various types and ranks, nationalities, destinies in rebirth, appearances such as human beings with our lobes, animals with their beast-like forms, karmic deeds, all our actions, bondage of which there are various forms. For example, people are bound by the 10 servants, which are greed, anger, delusion, arrogance, doubt, the view of a body, extreme views, views of unprincipled morality, views of grasping at views, and wrong views. Also, thoughts, causes, and conditions. Sentient beings have their own karma and retribution that lead to their different lives. The Bodhisattvas obviously comprehend all of the above. He also recalls that in the past, there are as many Buddhas as dust motes in all Buddha lands, in the world as many as dust motes in all Buddha lands, throughout the eons as many as dust motes in all Buddha lands. There are so many Buddhas. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva recalls the name of each Buddha. He also knows the designation of each Buddha, how that Buddha came into the world, how did each emerge in the world, his assemblies, what are the names of the Buddha's assemblies and Bodhimadas, which Bodhisattvas are present there, his parents, who are his mother and father, his attendants, who are the attendants, his hearers, who are the great hearers, his two best disciples, whether the foremost in spiritual powers of wisdom, his two top students, his cities and counties, where did he abide, his living home, even how he attained utmost proper enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, the places and thrones where he proclaimed so many sutras. On what Dharma thrones did he speak the Dharma and the sutras that he lectured? How many sutras did he lecture? He can recollect everything, such as how he benefited all sentient beings. What kind of benefits did each and every sentient being receive? His lifespan at that time. How long was his life? His performance of Buddha deeds. How he proclaimed and the teaching and did the Buddha's work on a vast scale. He recollects each being's entry into parinirvana through reliance on the non-residual parinirvana and how long his Dharma remained after his entry into parinirvana. The Bodhisattva can recall all of this. Sutra. He also recalls the names of Buddhas as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. Each name represents Buddhas as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. He has complete knowledge of how each of these Buddhas brings forth his initial resolve for Bodhi, makes vows and practices, makes offerings to all Buddhas, tames sentient beings, and speaks Dharma for his assemblies. He knows the length of each Buddha's life, his spiritual powers and transformation, and even his entry into non-residual parinirvana, the length of time his Dharma remains after he enters parinirvana, and the stupas and monasteries that are constructed with various adornments, causing sentient beings to plant and nurture good roots. The Bodhisattva can know all of this. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's third wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing past lives extending back through ends of time. Commentary. He also recalls the names of Buddhas as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. Each name represents Buddhas as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. He has complete knowledge of how each of these Buddhas brings forth his initial resolve for Bodhi, makes vows and practices, makes offerings to all Buddhas, tames sentient beings, and speaks Dharma for all his assemblies. He knows the length of each Buddha's life, his spiritual powers of transformation, and even his entry into non-residual parinirvana. Based on non-residual nirvana, everything is accomplished. All the habits and forms, the five dull servants and the five sharp servants of greed, anger, delusion, arrogance, doubt, the view of a body, extreme views, views of unprincipled morality, views of grasping at views, and wrong views have vanished. Due to this, they enter the realm of parinirvana. Parinirvana is the principle and substance of non-arising and non-cessation. He recalls for each Buddha the length of time his Dharma remains after he enters Paranirvana, and after entering Nirvana, how long his Dharma remained after his entry into Paranirvana. How long did the proper Dharma remain in the world? How long did the Dharma image age last in the world? How long did the Dharma ending age last? He recalls for each Buddha the stupas and monasteries that are constructed with various adornments such as the 7 jewels, causing sentient beings to plant and nurture various good roots. We are providing opportunities for sentient beings to plant good roots when we build stupas and temples, and to plant those good roots deeply. The Bodhisattva can know all of this. This is called a Bodhisattva. Mahassattva's third wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing past lives, extending back through aeons of time. This is a great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas. The third spiritual power is the knowledge of lives in all past aeons. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing future ends of time. A Bodhisattva Mahassattva knows all ends in worlds as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. In each end, the Bodhisattva knows everything about how sentient beings continually die and are reborn within the levels of existence, whether the karmic actions and retributions are wholesome or unwholesome, transcendental or mundane, decisive or indecisive. He knows whether sentient beings have wrong or correct concentration, whether or not their good rules are accompanied by defilements, whether or not they are endowed with good rules, whether or not they can be gathered in by their good rules, whether or not they have accumulated good rules, and whether or not they have accumulated offenses. He knows all such things throughout the world, as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands, throughout future ends, as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha, all due disciples of the Buddha, with the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing future ends of time. A Bodhisattva Mahassattva knows all ends in worlds as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. The great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas has the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing everything that occurs within all future kampas. They know kampas in worlds as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. In each end, the Bodhisattva knows everything about how sentient beings continually die and are reborn within the levels of existence. In each kampa, sentient beings die, then are reborn continuously. They continually transmigrate within the 3 realms of desire, form, and formlessness, which are also divided into the 25 levels of existence. The Bodhisattva knows whether the karmic actions and retributions are wholesome or unwholesome, transcendental or mundane, decisive or indecisive. Sentient beings' ability to transcend the 3 realms may be decisive or indecisive. Their liberation from birth and death may be decisive, or they may still indecisively linger in birth and death. He knows whether sentient beings have deviant or proper concentration. They may enter deviant concentration or proper concentration. Deviant concentration is based on wrong knowledge and views. Proper concentration based on proper knowledge and views. He also knows whether or not their good rules are accompanied by defilements, whether the good rules have assembled together with the 5 down defilements and the 5 sharp defilements. The 5 down defilements are greed, aversion, delusion, pride, and doubt. The 5 sharp defilements are the view of a self, extreme view, view of rigid morality, views of attachment to views, and wrong view. The Bodhisattva knows whether or not they are endowed with good rules and have perfected good rules. He knows whether or not they can be gathered in by their good rules. Perhaps the Bodhisattva uses the practice of gathering in to attract all sentient beings who have good rules and with whom he has affinities. Perhaps Bodhisattvas don't gather in those beings who are not yet ready. If they are not mature enough yet, they can't be gathered in by the Bodhisattvas. He knows whether or not they have accumulated good rules. Beings may already have accumulated plenty of good rules or none at all. The Bodhisattva knows whether or not they have accumulated offenses. Perhaps they have not amassed rules of goodness, but have collected many offenses. Of course, there are those who have not amassed too many offenses too. He knows all such things throughout worlds, as many as does the most in ineffable Buddha lands. Throughout future ends, as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. He knows everything like this that will happen everywhere in the future. He can recognize, categorize, and distinguish all this down to the smallest detail. Sutra. In each end, there are names of Buddhas as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. Each name represents Tathagatas as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. He has complete knowledge of how each and every Tathagata will bring forth his initial resolve for Bodhi, make vows and practices, make offerings to all Buddhas, tame sentient beings, and speak Dharma for his congregations. He knows the length of each Buddha's life, his spiritual powers of transformation, and even his entry into non-residual paranirvana, the length of time his Dharma will remain after he enters paranirvana, and the stupas and temples that will be constructed with various adornments, causing sentient beings to plant and nurture good roots. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's fourth wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing future ends of time. Commentary. In each end, there are names of Buddhas as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. Each name represents Tathagatas as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. He has complete knowledge of how each and every Tathagata will bring forth his initial resolve for Bodhi, make vows and practices, make offerings to all Buddhas, tame sentient beings, and speak Dharma for his congregations. He knows the length of each Buddha's life, his spiritual powers of transformation, and even his entry into non-residual paranirvana, the length of time his Dharma will remain after he enters paranirvana, and the stupas and temples that will be constructed with various adornments, such as the 7 precious things, causing sentient beings to plant and nurture various good roots. We are providing opportunities for sentient beings to plant good roots when we build stupas and temples, and to plant those good roots deeply. The Bodhisattva can know all of this. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's fourth wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing future ends of time. This great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas knows all ends to the end of future time. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the perfection of the unobstructed purity of the heavenly ear. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva's hearing is perfect, extensive, keen, and penetrating, unhindered, and unimpeded in its reach. The heavenly ear is fully endowed and accomplished. With self-mastery, he can hear and not hear any or all sounds as he chooses. Disciples of the Buddha, Buddhas as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands, exist in the East. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva can accept and practice all of the profound, vast, pure Dharma with its various distinctions, limitless expedience, and limitless skillful means that all these Buddhas proclaim, reveal, impart, expound, establish, teach, and use to disciplined beings, recollect, and analyze. Further, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva can remember and uphold all of this Dharma, both the meaning as well as the words. Whether it is spoken for a single person or an assembly, and including the Buddha's tone of voice, their articulation, their wisdom, their understanding, their manifestations, their ability to tame their states of mind, their ground of being, and their ways of transcendence. He never forgets this drama, nor dismisses it, nor severs it, nor retreats from it, nor becomes confused. He explains this drama for others so that they in turn awaken to understanding and never forget a single word or sentence of this drama, just as he is able to do this in the East. He can do the same in the South, West, North, the four intermediate directions, as well as above and below. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's fifth wisdom-based spiritual power of the unobstructed purity, of the heavenly ear. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha with the perfection of the unobstructed purity of the heavenly ear. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva's hearing is perfect, extensive, keen, and penetrating, unhindered and unimpeded in its reach, and the heavenly ear is fully endowed and accomplished with self-mastery. He can hear or not hear any or all sounds as he chooses. Disciples of the Buddha. Buddhas as many as just most ineffably ineffable Buddha-lands exist in the East. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva can accept and practice all of the profound, vast, pure Dharma with its various distinctions, limitless expedients, and limitless skillful means that all these Buddhas proclaim, reveal, impart, expound, establish, teach, use to discipline beings, recollect, and analyze. Further, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva can remember and uphold all of this Dharma, both the meaning as well as the words, whether it is spoken for a single person or an assembly, and including the Buddha's tone of voice, their articulation, their wisdom, their understanding, their manifestations, their ability to tame their states of mind, their ground of being, and their ways of transcendence. He never forgets this Dharma, nor dismisses it, nor severs it, nor retreats from it, nor becomes confused. For example, when we don't really understand true Dharma, we simply follow the sentience and ways of the world rather than practicing transcendental Dharma. Transcendental Dharma and worldly phenomena are opposites. He explains this Dharma for others so that they in turn awaken to understanding and never forget a single word or sentence of this Dharma. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas expound the Dharma for others so that they become enlightened. Not only do they themselves not retreat or forget, they also make sure that others do not forget or lose it. Just as he is able to do this in the East, he can do the same in the South, West, North, the four intermediate directions, as well as above and below. The situation in each place is the same as in the East. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's fifth wisdom-based spiritual power of the unobstructed purity of the heavenly ear. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha, when dwelling in spiritual power, devoid of substance, spiritual power devoid of effort, spiritual power based in equality, vast spiritual power, infinite spiritual power devoid of reliance, spiritual power that accords with one's wishes, spiritual power that arises, spiritual power that does not arise, spiritual power that does not retreat, spiritual power that is not cut off, indestructible spiritual power, increasing spiritual powers, and spiritual powers that reach wherever they are sent. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva hears the names of Buddhas in extremely distant worlds, that is, in countless worlds, measureless worlds, even worlds as many as the most ineffably ineffable Buddha lands. He sees himself in each Buddha's presence as soon as he hears that Buddha's name. Those worlds may be upright or inverted, each unique in shape, local and featureless. Boundless and unobstructed is the assortment of lands and epochs, each adorned with infinite meritorious virtues. Every Tathagata will appear in these worlds to manifest spiritual transformations and praise the unique names of limitless and countless Buddhas. Once this Bodhisattva hears the name of a Tathagata, he sees himself in that Buddha's presence without leaving his original place. There he bows, pays respect, attends, and makes offerings to that Buddha. He asks about the Dharma of Bodhisattvas and enters the Buddha's wisdom. He thoroughly and utterly knows the assemblies and the Dharma spoken in Bodhimandas in all Buddha lands, yet remains unattached. In this way, he passes through as many ends as does most in ineffable Buddha lands, reaching all places throughout the 10 directions without going anywhere. Nonetheless, he travels to every land to see the Buddhas, to listen to the Dharma, and to inquire about the path without pausing, giving up, resting, or growing weary. He cultivates the Bodhisattva's practice and realizes his vast vows. To fulfill his vows, he never retreats, for he does not wish the vast seed nature of the Tathagatas to be cut off. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's sixth wisdom-based spiritual power of being devoid of substance and unmoving as one reaches to all Buddha lands. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva again calls out, all of you disciples of the Buddha, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva may be dwelling in spiritual power devoid of substance, spiritual power devoid of effort, spiritual power that isn't fabricated, vast spiritual power, infinite spiritual power devoid of reliance, spiritual power that accords with one's wishes, spiritual power that arises, spiritual power that does not arise, spiritual power that does not retreat, spiritual power that is not cut off, indestructible spiritual power, increasing spiritual powers, and spiritual powers that reach wherever they are sent, the spiritual power to go anywhere as one wishes. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva can hear very far. He hears the names of Buddhas in extremely distant worlds, that is, in countless worlds, measureless worlds, even worlds as many as does most in ineffable Buddha lands. He sees himself in each Buddha's presence, in the Bodhimanda of that Buddha, as soon as he hears that Buddha's name. Those worlds may be upright or inverted, each unique in shape, local and features. Boundless and unobstructed is the assortment of lands and epochs, each adorned with infinite meritorious virtues. Every Tathagata will appear in these worlds to manifest spiritual transformations and praise the unique names of limitless and countless Buddhas. In every Buddha lands, Buddhas appear to reveal the Buddha's spiritual transformations, to extol limitlessly and countless many names of Buddhas. Once this Bodhisattva hears the name of a Tathagata, he sees himself in that Buddha's presence without leaving his original place, without having to leave where he was situated, and using his spiritual powers, he sees his own body at that Buddha's place. There he bows, pays respect, attends, and makes offerings to that Buddha. He asks about the Dharma of Bodhisattvas and enters the Buddha's wisdom. He thoroughly and utterly knows the assemblies and the Dharma spoken in Bodhimandas in all Buddha lands, yet remains unattached. He has not the least bit of attachment or inability to let go. In this way, he passes through as many ends as does most in ineffable Buddha lands, reaching all places throughout the 10 directions without going anywhere. Bodhisattvas can universally reach as many worlds as there are places in the 10 directions throughout as long a time as complex as numerous as dust motes. Although he travels everywhere, his fundamental substance is still, so he remains immobile too. Nonetheless, he travels through every land to see the Buddhas, to draw near and admire the Buddhas in the 10 directions, to listen to the Dharma at the feet of each Buddha, and to inquire about the path. He requests the Buddhas throughout the 10 directions explain the wondrous path that leads to liberation from birth and death, and he does this without pausing, giving up. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva never stops working. He works without resting or growing weary. A Bodhisattva is never tired, unlike we who get tired after listening to the sutras for a while. He does not become tired. He always cultivates the Bodhisattva's practice and makes and realizes his vast vows. To fulfill his great vows and the Bodhisattva path, he never retreats, for he does not wish the vast seed nature of the Tathagatas to be cut off. He wishes never to stop the process of creating seeds for Buddhahood. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's sixth wisdom-based spiritual power of being devoid of substance and unmoving as one reaches to all Buddha lands. This is a great Bodhisattva's sixth kind of spiritual power grounded in wisdom, which is being devoid of substance and movement and yet being able to be in all Buddha lands. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of clearly discerning sentient beings' words and voices. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva understands the various spoken words of sentient beings in worlds as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. He understands the language of sages, the language of those who are not yet the sages, the language of heavenly beings, the language of dragons, language of yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kinnaras, mahoragas, humans and non-humans, and so forth, so the languages of ineffable sentient beings. He understands all their individual expressions and its distinctions. In any world that this Bodhisattva enters, he discerns the dispositions and desires of all beings therein. He communicates in ways suited to these beings' dispositions and desires so that they completely understand without a doubt. Just as sunshine appears to illumine all forms so that those with eyes will see clearly, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. With the ability to proficiently differentiate all spoken words, he deeply enters all clouds of verbal communication. All of his speech aims to ensure that those intelligent and wise in the world understand. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's seventh wisdom-based spiritual power of clearly discerning all words and phrasing. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of clearly discerning sentient beings' words and voices. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva understands the various spoken words of sentient beings in worlds as many as dust motes in ineffable Buddha lands. He is able to know the language of all kinds of sentient beings throughout so many Buddha lands and so many worlds, regardless of what type of sentient beings one may be. The Bodhisattva understands one's speech. The Bodhisattva understands the spoken words of all sentient beings intimately. He understands the language of sages, which include the speech of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, that is, the words of sages in the four Dharma realms of sages. He understands the language of those who are not yet sages, that is, those who have not reached the stage of the four Dharma realms of sages. He understands the language of heavenly beings. There are various heavens with various types of words. He understands the language of dragons. Dragons have the language of dragons. He comprehends the language of yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaras, Mahoragas, humans and non-humans, and so forth, to words of ineffable sentient beings. He understands all their individual expressions and distinctions. They may use verbal or wordless expressions to communicate, as well as various distinctions. A Bodhisattva understands each and every kind of utterance. In any world that this Bodhisattva enters, he knows the sentient beings of that world. He discerns the dispositions and desires of all beings therein. He knows their preferences, desires, and cravings. He communicates in their language in ways suited to these beings' dispositions and desires, according to what he has contemplated, so that they completely understand without a doubt, without skepticism. Just as sunshine appears to illumine all forms and all colors show up, so that those with eyes will see the sun clearly, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva, a great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas, is the same way. Like the sun, he also appears to shine upon all forms and ensures that all those with eyes see. With the ability to proficiently differentiate all spoken words, he deeply enters all clouds of verbal communication, expressions resembling clouds. All of his speech aims to ensure that those intelligent and wise in the world understand thoroughly. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's seventh wisdom-based spiritual power of clearly discerning all words and phrasing. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of producing infinite asamkheyas of adorned physical bodies. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all dharmas are apart from characteristics of form, being free from distinctive characteristics, various characteristics, limitless characteristics, and differentiated characteristics, and not being characterized as green, yellow, red, or white. A Bodhisattva who enters the Dharma realm in this way manifests a body that takes on various forms, boundless forms, infinite forms, pure forms, adorned forms, all pervasive forms, incomparable forms, all illumining forms, enhanced forms, harmonious forms, forms replete with various features, forms removed from all vice, forms of awesome impact, honorable forms, inexhaustible forms, forms of intermingling wonders, extremely stately forms, incalculable forms, well-guarded forms, forms capable of maturation, forms that adapt and transform, unobstructed forms, thoroughly lucid forms, unsullied forms, extremely translucent forms, forms of courageous mind, forms of inconceivable expedience, incorruptible forms, flawless forms, unclouded forms, well-settled forms, magnificently ornamented forms, forms with various stately features, various forms of subsidiary fine characteristics, forms of dignified nobility, forms of marvelous states, well-polished and glistening forms, forms of a pure and profound mind, forms of blazing luster, forms of supreme grandeur, uninterrupted forms, independent forms, matchless forms, forms filling inexpressibly many Buddha lands, increasing forms, steadfast and receptive forms, forms of supreme virtue, forms of complying with the heart's joy, forms of pure understanding, forms of collected wonders, forms of adroit determination, and impacted forms. Commentary. Universal worthy Bodhisattva again called out, all of you disciples of the Buddha, a great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas, with the wisdom-based spiritual power of producing infinite asamkheyas of adorned physical bodies. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that All dhammas are apart from characteristics of form, being free from distinctive characteristics, various characteristics, limitless characteristics, and differentiated characteristics, and not being characterized as green, yellow, red, or white. A bodhisattva who enters all forms of the Dharma realm in this way manifests a body that takes on various forms. Using the bodhisattva body to manifest various forms, he manifests boundless forms, infinite forms, pure forms, adorned forms, all pervasive forms, incomparable forms, all illumining forms, enhanced forms, harmonious forms, forms replete with various features, forms removed from all vice, forms of awesome impact, honorable forms, inexhaustible forms, forms of intermingling wonders, extremely stately forms, incalculable forms, well-guarded forms, forms capable of maturation, forms that adapt and transform. He manifests in the form of other sentient beings, unobstructed forms, thoroughly lucid forms, unsullied forms, extremely translucent forms, forms of courageous mind, forms of inconceivable experience, incorruptible forms, flawless forms, unclouded forms, well-settled forms, magnificently ornamented forms, forms with various stately features, various forms of subsidiary fine characteristics, forms of dignified nobility, forms of marvelous states, well-polished and glistening forms, forms of a pure and profound mind, forms of blazing luster, forms of supreme grandeur, uninterrupted forms, independent forms, matchless forms, forms filling inexpressibly many Buddha lands, increasing forms, steadfast and receptive forms, forms of supreme virtue, forms complying with the heart's joy, forms of pure understanding, these various wondrous forms, forms of collected wonders, forms of adroit determination, unimpeded forms. The Bodhisattva manifests these forms constantly. Sutra. Forms of spacious clarity, delightful pure forms, forms of apart from defilement, immeasurable forms, forms wondrous to behold, forms pervasively seen, forms appearing according to the time, tranquil forms, forms that abandon greed, forms of true fields of blessings, forms capable of creating peace, forms removed from fear, forms apart from foolish actions, forms of wisdom and courage, forms of unhampered physical characteristics, forms traveling everywhere, forms with minds relying on nothing, forms created by great kindness, forms manifested by great compassion, forms of impartial transcendence, forms replete with blessings and virtues, forms according to the thoughts in the mind, forms of boundless splendid jewels, forms of brilliance from treasure troves, forms inspiring faith and delight in sentient beings, forms in which all wisdom appears, forms with happy eyes, forms foremost in the ornamentation of jewels. Commentary. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of spacious clarity, forms as sheer and pure as empty space. He also manifests delightfully pure forms, just and lovable forms. The Bodhisattva further manifests forms apart from defilement, bodies resembling lapis lazuli. The Bodhisattva then manifests immeasurable forms. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms wondrous to behold. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms pervasively seen. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms appearing according to the time. The Bodhisattva then manifests tranquil forms. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that abandon greed. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of true fields of blessings. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms capable of creating peace. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms removed from fear. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms apart from foolish actions. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms of wisdom and courage. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of unhampered physical characteristics. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of traveling everywhere. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms with minds relying on nothing. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms created by great kindness. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms manifested by great compassion. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms of impartial transcendence from the three realms. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms replete with blessings and virtues and wisdom. The Bodhisattva also manifests inconceivable forms according to the thoughts in the mind. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms of boundless splendid jewels. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of brilliance from treasure troves. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms inspiring faith and delight in sentient beings. The Bodhisattva also manifests forms in which all wisdom appears, which is the Buddha's body. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms with happy eyes. All sentient beings rejoice in seeing him. The Bodhisattva also manifests inconceivable and wonderful forms, foremost in the ornamentation of jewels. Sutra: forms without location, forms that manifest that at will, forms of various spiritual powers, forms of those born in the family of Tathagatas, forms that surpass all analogies, forms pervading the Dharma realm, forms of those to whom the masses flock seeking instruction, various forms, accomplished forms, forms of transcendence, forms of awesome deportment appropriate to those he teaches, forms that others never tire of seeing, various forms of luminous purity, forms that emanate countless webs of light, forms of an untold variety of radiance, forms with inconceivable fragrances and light beyond the three realms, forms of solar orbs that shine with infinite brightness, forms that reveal incomparable lunar orbs, forms of immeasurable delightful flower-shaped clouds, adorned forms that produce various clouds of lotus garlands, forms of fragrant flames beyond all worlds, perfuming everywhere, forms that generate all Tathagata's treasury, forms with indescribable voices that fluently reveal and display all dharmas, forms that fulfill all the practices of universal worthy. Commentary: the Bodhisattva then manifests forms without location. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that manifest at will. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of various spiritual powers. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of those born in the family of Tathagatas. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that surpass all analogies, forms pervading the Dharma realm. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of those to whom the masses flock seeking instruction. The Bodhisattva then manifests various forms. The Bodhisattva then manifests sentient beings, accomplished forms. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of transcendence from the three realms which end birth and death. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of awesome deportment appropriate to those he teaches. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that others never tire of seeing. The Bodhisattva then manifests various forms of luminous purity. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that emanate countless webs of light. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of an untold variety of radiance. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms with inconceivable fragrances and light beyond the three realms. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of solar orbs that shine with infinite brightness. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that reveal incomparable lunar orbs. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of immeasurable delightful flower-shaped clouds. The Bodhisattva then manifests adorned forms that produce various clouds of lotus garlands. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms of fragrant flames beyond all worlds, performing everywhere. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms that generate all Tathagata's treasury. The Bodhisattva then manifests forms with indescribable voices that fluently reveal and explain all dharmas. The Bodhisattva manifests forms that fulfill all the practices of universal worthy. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva deeply enters this formless Dharma realm and manifests various physical bodies such as these, causing those he wishes to transform to see and to think of him. He turns the Dharma wheel for those to be transformed according to their time and according to their characteristics, so that they draw close to the Bodhisattva and become enlightened. The Bodhisattva uses various spiritual powers, manifests various kinds of freedom and ease, and employs diverse abilities for those to be transformed. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's eighth wisdom-based spiritual power, by which he diligently practices and perfects countless physical bodies in order to take beings across. Commentary. Universal worthy Bodhisattva again called out, all of you disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, a great Bodhisattva among all Bodhisattvas, deeply enters this formless Dharma realm mentioned earlier and manifests various physical bodies such as these, causing those he wishes to transform to see him and to think of him. Those sentient beings whom the Bodhisattva is teaching see and are mindful of this Bodhisattva. These sentient beings always think of this Bodhisattva. Day and night, he turns the Dharma wheel for those to be transformed according to their time, according to their potentials, and according to their characteristics, so that they, the sentient beings that the Bodhisattva teaches and transforms, draw close to the Bodhisattva and become enlightened. The Bodhisattva uses various spiritual powers, displays various spiritual manifestations, and for the sake of sentient beings, he will teach and transform. He manifests various kinds of freedom and ease, exercising the practice of self-mastery for those to be transformed, and employs diverse abilities for those to be transformed, doing things that others cannot do. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's eighth wisdom-based spiritual power, by which he diligently practices and perfects countless physical bodies in order to take beings across. This great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas is never lazy, achieving the eighth wisdom-based spiritual power of countless physical forms. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha, with the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing all dharmas. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all dharmas are nameless, without a seed nature, without coming or going, neither different nor similar, neither diverse or lacking diversity, neither dual or non-dual. Commentary. Universal worthy Bodhisattva again called out, all of you disciples of the Buddha, with the wisdom-based spiritual power of knowing all dharmas. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all dharmas are nameless. He knows that all dharmas are originally without names and without a seed nature. They neither have a seed nor a substantive nature. The dharmas are without coming or going. Are they different? They are neither different nor similar. Are they different? No, they are not dissimilar either, neither diverse nor lacking diversity, neither dual nor non-dual. You say it's two, yet it's not two. You say it's not two, and yet it is not one. It is neither two nor not two. Herein lies the wonder. If you understand this Dharma, you will have transcended the three realms. Tonight we'll end the lecture on neither dual nor non-dual. Now, everybody think about an answer to my question. What is duality? What is non-duality? You say, how would I know? You have not told us. I didn't tell you how to eat. Yet, how did you know to eat? If you know how to eat without being told, why can't you explain this principle without being told? The smart people know. Hence, intelligent individuals must answer this question of mine tomorrow. Whoever considers him or herself bright, be prepared. If you're unintelligent, you don't need to prepare, just forget it. As far as those who are smart, I will call on you by name and ask tomorrow. If people who are dumb can answer this tomorrow, we'll consider you one of the smart ones. So here's an opportunity for the stupid people to become smart too. Now let's talk about the Suragama Sutra. When you print the Suragama Sutra, you need to include in every copy the Sutra of the Extinction of Dharma, translated by Kuo Chen Hongshua. It is very short. Disciple, yes, do include it when you print the sutra. There are many important sutras in Buddhism, but the most important sutra is the Suragama Sutra. Wherever the Suragama Sutra exists, the proper Dharma resides in the world. If the Suragama Sutra vanishes, the ending of Dharma is at hand. Therefore, all of us Buddhists must bring forward our strength, our blood, and our sweat to support and protect the Suragama Sutra. The Sutra of the Extinction of the Dharma clearly states that the Suragama Sutra will be the first to disappear during the Dharma ending age. Other sutras will follow and disappear. If the Suragama Sutra does not vanish, the proper Dharma age remains. Thus, we Buddhists must guard the Suragama Sutra with our lives, our blood and sweat, and our resolve, so that the Suragama Sutra proliferates widely, circulating to every corner, to every particle of dust, to all space and the Dharma realm. In that case, the proper Dharma will shine radiantly. Why will the Suragama Sutra become extinct? It is because it is extremely truthful. The Suragama Sutra is the Buddha's true body, the Buddha's Sharira, and the Buddha's true stupa and monastery. Since the Suragama Sutra is so true, all the demon kings attempt to destroy the Suragama Sutra using every means possible. Therefore, they spread the rumor that the Suragama Sutra is false. Why do they say that this sutra is false? It is because what the Suragama Sutra says is extremely truthful, especially on the four clear and unanswerable instructions on purity. The 25 sages' individual descriptions of perfect penetration and the states of the 50 skandha demons. These are all intolerable to unorthodox sects and other demons, ghosts, and goblins. Hence, some ignorant people claim that the Suragama Sutra is false. The principles in the Suragama Sutra are not only accurate but reasonable. Because of the presence of this sutra, demons, ghosts, and goblins have nowhere to hide. Most foolish individuals, especially dumb scholars and garbage-collecting professors, dare to casually but wrongly speculate on these sagacious words. Basing their critique on muddled thinking and partial understanding, they falsely criticize this sutra without scholarly basis or true wisdom. We who are learning Buddhism should understand the significance here. We should promote, propagate, proclaim, and explain the Suragama Sutra everywhere we go. Why? This ensures that the proper Dharma remains in the world. I guarantee that the Suragama Sutra is authentic. Obviously, that's not a problem if the Suragama Sutra is authentic. However, if the Suragama Sutra is inauthentic, I am willing to remain in the house forever to pay for my misunderstanding for the Buddha Dharma, mistaking falsehood for truth. If the Suragama Sutra is genuine, I vow that in life after life, I will widely propagate in the great Suragama Dharma and its truth constantly and everywhere. You should pay attention to this point. Some profess that the Suragama Sutra wasn't spoken by the Buddha, but no one else could have spoken it. No one else could have expounded the Suragama Sutra. I hope all those ignorant people who falsely accuse the Suragama Sutra will quickly wake up and quit creating dangerous causes that may result in the hell of pulling out tongues. Scholars or Buddhists of any country should quickly and resolutely amend their mistakes, admit their wrongs, and correct them, so that all will be well. I vow that all those who see, hear, and study the Suragama Sutra will quickly realize Buddhahood. Are there any other questions? Said, whoever has seen anything can talk about what they've seen. Kuatum, did you see the house? Kuatum. Master, I saw a person, one person. That person seems to be in the house. Venerable Master, yeah, you saw? Was it me? Who was it? No. Which professor? Which scholar? I don't know. Which one? Don't know. Not Kuo, right? No. No? Then who is it? It was a person who seemed to be in a cooking pot. How do you know that it wasn't me? What else did you see? Lots of lights. Lots of lights? During the sutra lectures, sometimes there are white lights, sometimes golden lights. Any black light? No. No? Anybody else see anything? Kua Tua, what's up? Not awake yet? Editor's note. Someone asked a question about a person who claims to be a teacher. Venerable Master, in the future when you encounter these states, don't be moved. He tells you to bow. You don't need to bow. You don't need to be moved by anything that he tells you to do. You must be in a state of unmoving suchness. If he is a Bodhisattva, he won't tell you to bow to him. If he is your teacher, he won't tell you to bow to him. I am a foolish teacher, yet I have never told any of you to bow to me. Did I ever say, you disciples should genuflect 9 times and bow thrice to me? Have I ordered you to respect me? I've never told you to do such things. From this, you know that those who tell you to bow are trying to disturb you, preventing you from reaching samadhi. He wants you to follow him. Genuine practitioners don't like people bowing to them because if you have no merit and virtue and others bow to you, you can't handle it. By letting people bow to you, you use up some of your merit and virtue if you have any. That's why I don't tell you to bow to me. I have you bow to each other. You bow to each other haphazardly. You bow to him, he bows to you. You bow away his merit while he returns it with his bow. Is that a good idea? As a teacher, I don't tell others to bow to me. I don't beat you for the times when you do want to bow to me either, though with me it's up to you because everything is okay. Editor's note. A monastic disciple offered an explanation in response to the master's question about duality and non-duality. Venerable Master, you spoke well, but you have discussed neither duality nor non-duality. You talked about how true emptiness does not obstruct wondrous existence, and wondrous existence does not obstruct true emptiness. This is correct, but true emptiness and wondrous existence still falls within relativism. The middle way is beyond relative duality. If you have understood the meaning, you know that is where nothing exists. The middle way is neither dual nor non-dual. Sutra. All dhammas are without self-existence, incomparable, neither arising nor ceasing, neither in motion nor destructible, neither solid nor void, neither of one characteristic nor without characteristics, neither non-existent nor existent, neither dharma nor non-dharma, neither compliant with worldly conventions nor not compliant with worldly conventions, neither karma nor not karma, neither retribution nor an absence of retribution, neither conditioned nor unconditioned, neither truth in the primary sense nor not truth in the primary sense, neither the path nor not the path, neither transcending nor non-transcending, neither quantifiable nor non-quantifiable, neither of this world nor world transcendent, neither arising from causes nor not arising from causes, neither determinate nor indeterminate, neither realized nor unrealized, neither emergent nor non-emergent, neither differentiated nor undifferentiated, neither reasonable nor unreasonable. This Bodhisattva does not grasp a mundane truth, does not dwell in truth in the primary sense, does not differentiate among dharmas, does not establish worlds, complies with the nature of quiescence, and does not forsake any vows, because he perceives the principles and understands the Dharma. He can spread clouds of Dharma and send down a shower of Dharma rain. Although he knows that the ultimate reality is beyond words, he nevertheless applies about this eloquence and expedience to sequentially explain it according to the Dharma and principles. Because he has skillfully mastered all Dharmas, words, and oratory, and he has purified his immense kindness and compassion, he creates words for Dharmas that are beyond words, which correspond to, rather than contradict, the Dharma and principles. He explains that all Dharmas arise from conditions. Although he engages in speech, he has no attachments. With his boundless eloquence, he proclaims all Dharmas. He distinguishes, establishes, instructs, and guides to ensure that the nature of all Dharmas is totally evident, severing all beings' webs of doubt so that they become pure. Commentary. Dharmas are not fixed, so they are said to be neither dual nor non-dual. They are also without self-existence, incomparable. Dharmas also have no self and no comparison. Dharmas are neither arising nor ceasing, neither in motion nor destructible. They are unmoving and indestructible, neither solid nor void, neither of one characteristic nor without characteristics, neither non-existent nor existent. They are not necessarily non-existent and not necessarily in existence. Neither Dharma nor non-Dharma. There's not a single Dharma to be acquired. If Dharmas should be relinquished, how much the more should non-Dharmas? Dharmas are neither compliant with worldly conventions nor not compliant with worldly conventions, neither retribution nor an absence of retribution, neither conditioned nor non-conditioned, neither truth in the primary sense nor not truth in the primary sense. You can't say it's not number one either, neither the path nor not the path. That's not really a path. Neither transcending nor non-transcending is not definite, neither quantifiable nor unquantifiable is beyond words. Dharmas are neither of this world nor world transcendent, neither arising from causes nor not arising from causes, neither determinate nor indeterminate, neither realized nor unrealized. The ultimate Dharma is here in the middle way, neither emergent nor non-emergent, neither differentiated nor undifferentiated. Seeking through discrimination is consciousness, not discriminating is wisdom. The middle is neither reasonable nor unreasonable. This Bodhisattva does not grasp at mundane truth, does not follow mundane principles, and does not dwell in truth in the primary sense. He does not differentiate among dharmas, does not establish words, complies with the nature of quiescence, and does not forsake any Bodhisattva vows, because he perceives the principles and understands the Dharma, recognizing the origin of all Dharmas. He can spread great clouds of Dharma and send down a shower of Dharma rain. Although he knows that the ultimate reality is without characteristics and beyond words, being ineffable, he nevertheless applies boundless eloquence and experience to sequentially explain it for sentient beings according to the Dharma and principles. Because he has skillfully mastered all Dharmas, words, and oratory, and he has purified his vows of immense kindness and compassion, he creates words for dharmas, phenomenal methods of practice that are beyond words, which correspond to, rather than contradict, the Dharma and principles. For the sake of sentient beings, he explains that all dharmas arise from conditions. Although he engages in speech, he has no attachments. Although he verbalizes these manifold dharmas with his limitless eloquence, he has no attachments. With his boundless eloquence, he proclaims all dharmas. He distinguishes all dharmas, establishes all dharmas, instructs and guides with regard to all dharmas to ensure that the nature of all dharmas is totally evident, severing all beings' webs of doubt, so that they return to their fundamental origin, the pure and clear self-nature, and become pure. Sutra. Although he gathers in sentient beings, he does not lose touch with ultimate reality, becomes irreversible in the practice of non-duality, and always expounds practices for answering non-obstruction. By means of myriad wondrous sounds, he never misses an opportunity to send down a universal rain of Dharma that accords with the minds of sentient beings. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahassattva's ninth wisdom-based spiritual power regarding all dharmas. Commentary. Although all Buddhist work is illusory to him, he nonetheless teaches and gathers in sentient beings, and he does not lose touch with the essence of reality. He becomes irreversible in the practice of non-duality. He never retreats from or turns against the non-dual Dharma practice, which is the principle of reality, and he always expounds practices for answering a state of perfect interpenetration and non-obstruction. By means of myriad wondrous sounds, he never misses an opportunity to send down a universal rain of Dharma that accords with the minds of sentient beings. At just the right time, he speaks the perfect and unobstructed Dharma door with various wondrous voices. When it's time to speak Dharma, he does so. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's ninth wisdom-based spiritual power regarding all dharmas. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha with the wisdom-based spiritual power of the samadhi of extinction of all dharmas. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva in thought after thought enters the samadhi of extinction of all dharmas, yet does not retreat from the Bodhisattva path, abandon the work of a Bodhisattva, or relinquish the hearts of great kindness and compassion. He practices the paramitas without rest and tirelessly contemplates all Buddha lands. He does not relinquish the vows of saving sentient beings, nor does he cease the work of turning the Dharma wheel. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha. Universal worthy Bodhisattva again called out. All of you disciples of the Buddha, with the wisdom-based spiritual power of the samadhi of extinction of all dharmas. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva in thought after thought enters the samadhi of extinction of all dharmas, yet does not retreat from the Bodhisattva path, abandon the work of a Bodhisattva, or relinquish the heart of great kindness and compassion. He practices the paramitas without rest. He never rests and tirelessly contemplates all Buddha lands. He does not relinquish the vows of saving sentient beings, nor does he cease the intention to support the work of turning the Dharma Wheel. Sutra. He does not abandon the work of teaching sentient beings, nor does he renounce the practice of making offerings to all Buddhas. He does not renounce entry into the self-mastery of all dharmas, nor does he renounce constantly seeing all Buddhas or constantly listening to all dharmas. Knowing that all dharmas are equal and unimpeded, he effortlessly realizes all of the Buddha Dharma and perfects all of his supreme vows. He comprehends the differences among all lands, enters the Buddha seed nature, and arrives at the other shore. In every world, he learns all dharmas, apprehending that dharmas are without characteristics. He knows that all dharmas arise from conditions and are without a substance or nature. Nevertheless, he expediently explains them according to worldly conventions, though his mind does not dwell upon any dharma. Nevertheless, as an expedient, he explains various dharmas according to sentient beings' dispositions and desires. Commentary. Although he is always in a state of concentration, abiding in samadhi, he does not abandon the work of teaching and transforming sentient beings, nor does he renounce the practice of making offerings to all Buddhas. He constantly and pervasively practices the Dharma door of making offerings to all Buddhas. The Bodhisattva does not renounce entry into the self-mastery of all dharmas, nor does he renounce constantly seeing all Buddhas or constantly listening to all dharmas. The Bodhisattva sincerely wishes to see the Buddhas all the time. Why does the Bodhisattva wish to see the Buddhas all the time? So that he can always hear all dharmas. Knowing that all dharmas are equal and unimpeded, unobstructedly perfect, spontaneously at ease at all times, he effortlessly realizes all of the Buddha Dharma and perfects all of his supreme vows. He comprehends the differences among all Buddha lands, the distinct states or realms within them, enters the Buddha seed nature, that is, he certifies to the Buddha nature, and arrives at the other shore of all Buddhas. In every world, he learns all dharmas, apprehending that dharmas are without characteristics. He understands that dharmas have no substance or characteristics. He knows that all dharmas arise from conditions. A Bodhisattva knows that all dharmas are born from conditions. Without conditions, there are no dharmas, and dharmas are without a substance or nature. Nevertheless, he expediently explains them according to worldly conventions, though his mind does not dwell upon any dharma, and the Bodhisattva has no attachment to dharmas and does not abide in any dharma. Nevertheless, as an expedient, he explains various dharmas according to sentient beings, dispositions, and desires. He uses skillful expedients to speak all kinds of dharma for sentient beings according to their temperaments and preferences. Sutra. When this Bodhisattva abides in samadhi, he may stay for 1 aeon, 100 aeons, 1,000 aeons, 1,000,000 aeons, 100,000,000 aeons, 1,000,000,000 aeons, 100,000,000,000 aeons, 1,000,000 Naruta aeons, 100,000,000 Naruta aeons, 1,000,000,000 Naruta aeons, 100,000,000,000 Naruta aeons, countless aeons, measureless aeons, even ineffably ineffable aeons if he wishes. When a Bodhisattva enters this samadhi of extinction of all dharmas, he may pass through that many aeons, yet his body does not disintegrate, waste away, or change. He is neither visible nor invisible. He does not pass away, decay, tire out, or become lax. His endurance is inexhaustible. Although he makes no effort within existence or non-existence, he accomplishes all the deeds of a Bodhisattva. That is to say, he never abandons sentient beings. He never misses an opportunity to teach and discipline them. He ensures that they grow in all aspects of the Buddha Dharma and perfect all the practices of a Bodhisattva. Commentary. When this Bodhisattva abides in the samadhi of extinction, he may stay for however long, depending on his preferences. Depending on what pleases him, a Bodhisattva may remain a samadhi for a long time if he so wishes, or a short time if he so wishes. Depending on what pleases him, he may stay in samadhi for 1 aeon, 100 aeons, 1,000 aeons, 1,000,000 aeons, 100 million aeons, 1,000,000,000 aeons, 100 billion aeons, 1,000,000 Naruta aeons, 100 million Naruta aeons, 1,000,000,000 Naruta aeons, 100 billion Naruta aeons, countless aeons, measureless aeons, even ineffable aeons if he wishes and as he chooses. When a Bodhisattva enters this samadhi of extinction of all dharmas, when he enters this type of samadhi, he may pass through that many ends, yet his body does not disintegrate, waste away. Despite such a long time, the Bodhisattva's body does not decay, crumble, become emaciated, or change in its appearance. Most sentient beings may or may not see a Bodhisattva's form because he is neither visible nor invisible. He does not pass away, decay, tire out, or become lax while in samadhi for such a long time. The time period of his endurance is inexhaustible. Although he makes no effort within existence or non-existence, because he has already transcended existence and non-existence, he accomplishes all the deeds of a Bodhisattva. He achieves all the 6 paramitas and myriad practices of Bodhisattvas. That is to say, he never abandons sentient beings. He always accompanies sentient beings. He never misses an opportunity to teach and discipline them. Always teaching them at just the right moment, he ensures that the practices of that they sentient beings grow in all aspects of the Buddha Dharma and perfect all the practices of a Bodhisattva, thereby realizing a perfect, carefree, and unobstructed state of being. Sutra. He utilizes his miraculous powers of spiritual transformation to benefit all sentient beings without ever pausing to rest. For example, he manifests everywhere like light and shadows, yet remains still and quiet in samadhi. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's 10th wisdom-based spiritual power of entering the samadhi of the extinction of all dharmas. Commentary. He utilizes his miraculous powers of spiritual transformation to benefit all sentient beings without ever pausing to rest. A Bodhisattva teaches and transforms all sentient beings all the time, never resting for a moment. For example, he manifests everywhere like the light of the sun and shadows that are cast yet remain still and quiet in samadhi, like rays of light and their shadows. A Bodhisattva universally illumines everything. At the same time, the Bodhisattva stays in samadhi, unmoved and quiescent. This is called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's 10th wisdom-based spiritual power of entering the samadhi of the extinction of all dharmas. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. A Bodhisattva Mahasattva abiding in these 10 kinds of spiritual powers is inconceivable to any heavenly being, inconceivable to any sentient being, any hero, any solitarily enlightened sage, and the rest of the Bodhisattvas. None of them can conceptualize his state. This Bodhisattva's body karma is inconceivable. His speech karma is inconceivable. His mental karma is inconceivable. His self-mastery within samadhi is inconceivable, and his states of wisdom are inconceivable. Other than Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas who have attained this spiritual power, no one else can tell, extol, and praise the merit and virtue of this Bodhisattva. Commentary. All of you disciples of the Buddha, the universal worthy Bodhisattva exclaims, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva, a great Bodhisattva among all Bodhisattvas, out of wisdom abiding in these 10 kinds of spiritual powers, is inconceivable to any heavenly being. No heavenly being can think about or describe this Bodhisattva in words. He is inconceivable to any sentient being who cannot understand him through words or ideas, any hearer or those of the two vehicles, any solitarily enlightened sage or Prajika Buddha, and the rest of the Bodhisattvas who have not yet attained this samadhi. None of them can conceptualize his state. Sentient beings such as these cannot conceive of this Bodhisattva. This Bodhisattva's body karma is inconceivable. Regardless of whether we are intelligent or stupid, we sentient beings don't know the Bodhisattva's body karma. We shouldn't dare to judge or guess the Bodhisattva's state. The Bodhisattva's states are inconceivable. His speech karma is inconceivable. The Bodhisattva's words are inconceivable. His mental karma is inconceivable. His thinking is also inconceivable. His self-mastery within samadhi is inconceivable. He is carefree within samadhi, which is inconceivable, and his states of wisdom are inconceivable. Other than Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas who have attained this kind of samadhi, spiritual power and wisdom, no one else can tell, extol, and praise the merit and virtue of this Bodhisattva. For these reasons, they do not know his state. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha. These are the 10 spiritual powers of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in these spiritual powers, then he attains all the unobstructed wisdom-based spiritual powers of the 3 periods of time. Commentary. All of you disciples of the Buddha, these are the 10 wisdom-based spiritual powers of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva, a great Bodhisattva among all Bodhisattvas, abides in these 10 spiritual powers, then he attains all the unobstructed wisdom-based spiritual powers of the 3 periods of time. That is, this Bodhisattva attains the perfect and unhindered wisdom-based spiritual powers of all Buddhas of the past, present, and future, which he can use to teach all sentient beings. Venerable Master, any questions? Disciple, my questions are related to the sutra on the extinction of the Dharma. When I read the sutra, I thought it said that when the Dharma disappears, things are terrible and people are terrible. It takes a long time for the Dharma to reappear, tens of thousands of aeons. But in the meantime, before the Buddha Dharma appears, people are getting better and better. When people reach their peak of getting better, then things start to go bad again. When they go bad again, the Buddha Dharma appears in the world and Maitreya will come. My questions are, is it the case that the Buddha Dharma arises due to people's need for it because things are going bad? How do they know to get better at the bottom of cycle when the Buddha is not there? Venerable Master, bring the sutra to me and let me have a look. You need to read it aloud to me. Perhaps you didn't even understand the sutra text and its grammar at all. When you speak, you have to base yourself on the sutra text. I've read the sutra before and it's different from what you have said. How was this text translated into English? I only read the English and I interpreted it that way. You read the English. You should read the Chinese first, then the English, then speak based on the text. If you just pull words out of thin air, I don't know whether you're speaking accurately or not. Perhaps you are using your own rendition of the meaning, which might be different from the original. My question is based on my rendition of the meaning. You may have misconstrued or misunderstood the meaning. Your question pertains to the point in the sutra that discusses how, when the Dharma becomes extinct and when the human lifespan is 10 years, people will have a change of heart and the lifespan will again increase. This is the fate of the universe. Despite the absence of the Buddha Dharma, when negativity reaches an extreme, things will improve bit by bit. Now things are deteriorating bit by bit, just like yin and yang, day and night. Day and night quickly alternate. When the day has gone, dusk falls. When night ends, dawn arrives. The Buddha Dharma is the same way. When it prospers to the extreme, it will then start to decline. When it declines to the extreme, it will again prosper. Whether there is a Buddha or not, there is a certain type of energy in the Dharma realm. In geomancy, don't they also talk about energy? There is the same energy governing fate. Hence, whether there's a Buddha or not, if the point has come where the world is destined to prosper, it will. If the world is supposed to deteriorate, it will. It's not that one individual caused its decline or prosperity. It's everybody. With sleep, for instance, you wake up after you've slept enough. Suppose you're about to fall asleep. This is the period called things decaying. This period continues and reaches a certain point when people will all wake up. They will say, we understand that. We should strive toward the good again. That is the way the world works. So what about countries? If the Buddha Dharma thrives in one country, it declines in another country. Or if it declines in this country, then it will prosper again after a period of time. This is a continuous cycle without beginning or end. The 10 Patiences, Chapter 29. Sutra. At that time, the Universal Worthy Bodhisattva said to all the Bodhisattvas, disciples of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas should embody 10 kinds of patience. If they acquire these patiences, they will attain the ground of unhindered patience of all Bodhisattvas and be unimpeded and unlimited with respect to all Buddha Dharmas. Commentary. Chapter 29 is called the 10 Patiences. The previous chapter discussed the 10 spiritual powers, and the chapter before that, the 10 samadhis. Samadhi is needed to attain spiritual powers. In addition, you must be patient if you wish to attain them, and patience is very difficult. The Chinese character for patience is a picture of a knife blade above the heart. In other words, being patient can be as painful as when one's heart is pierced with a knife, and such pain is hard to bear. Nevertheless, one must bear what is impossible to bear. There are 10 kinds of patience, hence the name the 10 Patiences. This chapter is chapter 29 of the Flower Adornment Sutra, which has 81 scrolls in Chinese. At that time, after the chapter called the 10 spiritual powers had been spoken, the Universal Worthy Bodhisattva observed the causes and conditions of the assembly to determine what Dharma he should speak next. He saw that the assembly's capacities and conditions were such that he ought to speak the chapter called the 10 Patiences. Thereupon, the Universal Worthy Bodhisattva said to all the Bodhisattvas in the assembly, disciples of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas who cultivate the Bodhisattva conduct, accumulate a variety of good rules, and who are perfecting or who have perfected the 6 paramitas and the myriad practices should cultivate and embody 10 kinds of patience. If they acquire these 10 dharmas of patiences, they will attain the ground of unhindered patience of all bodhisattvas, the perfectly interfused and unobstructed fruition of bodhisattvas, and be unimpeded and unlimited with respect to all Buddha dharmas. All Buddha dharmas will be perfected, interfused without obstruction, full, complete, and infinite. Sutra. What are the 10? They are patience with sounds, patience with the agreeable, patience with a state of mind in which no mental objects arise, patience in perceiving all as illusions, patience in perceiving all as mirages, patience in perceiving all as dreams, patience in perceiving all as echoes, patience in perceiving all as reflections, patience in perceiving all as conjured effects, and patience in perceiving all as the void. These 10 kinds of patience have been proclaimed, are being proclaimed, and shall be proclaimed by all Buddhas in the 3 periods of time. Commentary. What are the 10 kinds of patience? They are patience with sounds, no matter what types of sounds, good sounds and bad sounds, wholesome sounds and unwholesome sounds, proper sounds and lewd sounds, pure sounds and noisy sounds. One must patiently endure them all. Even if you find certain sounds intolerable, you have to tolerate them. You must bear it precisely because it is unbearable. If it were bearable, why would one need to bear it? For example, you may feel it is too noisy in the city, with automobiles zooming by, radios blaring, phones ringing, planes roaring overhead, and so forth. If you let these noises disturb you, then you are not maintaining your patience. If you can hear these noises without really hearing them, then, as it is said, the bustling city is the best place to cultivate. To be patient with noises in a bustling market or downtown is to have samadhi. Patience with the agreeable is also patience with the adversity. One should be patient with what is favorable as well as with what is unfavorable. The agreeable refers to what people like. For example, someone might like music so much that he cannot help but dance as soon as he hears music being played. He might jump several feet in the air in his exuberance. It shows a lack of patience with the agreeable. One must be patient with what is agreeable, and even more so with what is disagreeable. That is patience with adversity. For instance, someone might say, I can't cultivate, it's unbearable. I'm not allowed to eat a lot, sleep a lot, or wear a lot. This is too much suffering, I can't take it. Patience with a state of mind in which no mental objects arise refers to bearing the state of mind in which one neither perceives the slightest dharma coming into being, nor perceives the slightest dharma ceasing to exist. With no coming into being, there is no ceasing to be. Patience in perceiving all as illusions. Don't regard anything in this world as real. If you consider it real, you will be disoriented by the state. Consider all states as illusory. Since they are illusory, why be attached to them? If you regard all states as illusory and yet allow them to disturb you, then don't you become part of the illusion? Patience in perceiving all as marriages. A marriage appears as a puddle or pool of water in the distance, but when one gets close, there is nothing there. Marriages are also unreal. Everything in the world is merely appearance without substance. Don't mistake anything for real. Patience in perceiving all as dreams. In a dream, one strikes it rich, becomes a high official, and marries a worthy wife or husband. life is perfect, then one always then realizes that it was only a dream. If you can regard all of life as a dream and bear it with this truth, you will not be afflicted. Patience in perceiving all as echoes. Echoes result from sounds. Without sounds, there are no echoes. Echoes have no real substance of their own. Patience in perceiving all as reflections. Patience in perceiving all as conjured effects, and patience in perceiving all as the word. One should regard all things as reflections, shadows, or conjured effects, empty and unreal. These 10 kinds of patience have been proclaimed, are being proclaimed, and shall be proclaimed by all Buddhas in the 3 periods of time. Buddhas of the past already described these 10 kinds of patience. Buddhas of the present are now speaking about them, and future Buddhas will explain them in the future. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva's patience with sounds? It means that when he hears the sounds of Dharma being proclaimed by all the Buddhas, he is not alarmed, frightened, or overawed. Rather, with deep faith and understanding, he awakens to the Dharma, pursues it with delight, recollects it with a focused mind, learns and practices it, and abides steadfastly in it. This is called patience with sounds, the first kind of patience of a Bodhisattva. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva says, disciples of the Buddha, pay attention. What constitutes the Bodhisattva's patience with sounds? It means when he hears the sounds of Dharma being proclaimed by all the Buddhas, he is not alarmed, frightened, or overawed. Hearing the Buddhas say that all Dharmas are originally non-existent, you should not become alarmed. Hearing the Buddhas say that all Dharmas are infinite and inexhaustible, you should not be afraid. When you hear the Buddha say that Dharmas are boundless and unlimited, you should not be overawed and think, the Buddha Dharma is as deep as the ocean, what am I to do? This is being not alarmed, frightened, or overawed. Rather, with deep faith and understanding, he awakens to the Dharma. To hear the Buddha Dharma and to not be afraid is to have deep faith, insight, and understanding. On the other hand, if you lack understanding and have doubts about the Dharma, you will feel fear. Pursue it with delight. Whenever you hear the Dharma, you are joyful and approach it with delight. Recollect it with a focused mind. This means having no idle thoughts. For example, when you recite the Suragama mantra, you think of nothing else but the mantra, and pretty soon you've got it memorized. If you decide to recite the Dharma Flower Sutra and you concentrate single-mindedly on the recitation, you will master it quickly. This is the same for the Flower Adornment Sutra or Suragama Sutra. Learns and practices it. Even after you have mastered some sutras, you still have to practice according to the Dharma contained in these sutras. For instance, if a sutra tells you not to let your thoughts wander, you should focus your mind. If it tells you not to lie, kill, steal, or engage in sexual misconduct, you should avoid even thinking of such behavior. And besides, and abides steadfastly in it. It means to abide steadfastly in the Buddha Dharma. This is called patience with sounds, the first kind of patience of a Bodhisattva. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha, what constitutes the Bodhisattva's patience with the agreeable? The Bodhisattva ponders and contemplates all Buddha Dharmas, regards them impartially, and does not violate them, complies with and understands them, purifies his mind with them, abides properly in and practices them, and enters and becomes accomplished in them. This is called patience with the agreeable, the second kind of patience of a Bodhisattva. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva continues. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience with the agreeable? Patience with the agreeable encompasses patience with adversity. If people look down on you, slander you, scold you, or beat you because you study the Buddha Dharma, you must be patient and bear such treatments. Patience is a priceless gem. If you can practice patience, you will attain the path and accomplish the various stages of cultivation. How does a Bodhisattva practice this kind of patience? The Bodhisattva ponders and contemplates all Buddha Dharmas, regards them impartially and does not violate them, complies with and understands them, purifies his mind with them, abides properly in and practices them, and enters and becomes accomplished in them. The purpose of studying in any kind of Buddha Dharma is to purify the mind of defiled thoughts. One abides properly in the Buddha Dharma to practice it. One enters into the Buddha Dharma to become accomplished in it. This is called patience with the agreeable, the second kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience with the state of mind in which no mental objects arise? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva perceives neither the slightest Dharma coming into being nor the slightest Dharma ceasing to be. Why is this? Where there is no coming into being, there is no ceasing to be. Where there is no ceasing to be, there is no reaching an end. When there is no reaching an end, there is freedom from defilement. Where there is freedom from defilement, there is no discrimination. Where there is no discrimination, there is no attachment to a location. Where there is no attachment to a location, there is tranquility. Where there is tranquility, there is renouncing of desires. Where there is renouncing of desires, there is an absence of effort. Where there is effortlessness, there is no longing. Where there is no longing, there is no residing. Where there is no residing, there is no going or coming. This is called patience with a state of mind in which no mental objects arise, the third kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as illusions? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva realizes that all dhammas invariably are like illusions arising from causes and conditions. Through a single dharma, he understands many dharmas. Through many dharmas, he understands a single dharma. Commentary. Universal Worthy continues. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience with a state of mind in which no mental objects arise? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva, this great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas, perceives neither the slightest Dharma coming into being, nor the slightest Dharma ceasing to be. He bears this state of non-arising and non-destruction in his mind. Why is this? Where there is no coming into being, there is no ceasing to be. If there is no coming into existence, how could there be a passing out of existence? Where there is no ceasing to be, there is no reaching to an end. If there is no passing out of existence, how could there be an end? Where there is no reaching an end, there is freedom from defilement. When there is no limit or end, all defilement is left behind. Only because things reach an end does defilement exist. Where there is freedom from defilement, there is no discrimination. If we can leave defilements, that means we have left discriminations. Where there is no discrimination, there is no attachment to a location. When there are no distinctions, how could there be a place for you to attach to? Where there is no attachment to a location, there is tranquility. This is the Dharma of ultimate tranquility. Where there is tranquility, there is renouncing of desires. All desires of greed, anger, and delusion are gone. There are no desires for fame, the opposite sex, wealth, food, or sleep. Where there is renouncing of desires, there is absence of effort. That is, there is no deliberate effort to do or create anything. Where there is effortlessness, there is no longing or wishes. Where there is no longing, there is no residing. Where there is no residing, there is no going or coming. If there is no place that you reside, where would you be going to or coming from? This is called patience with a state of mind in which no mental objects arise. The third kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva continues. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as illusions? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva realizes that all dhammas are invariably like illusions arising from causes and conditions. Through a single dharma, he understands many dharmas. Through many dharmas, he understands a single dharma. The one is many and the many are one. He understands the principle of the one and the many are mutually non-obstructive, and the many and the one are perfectly interfused. Sutra. Once this Bodhisattva realizes that all dhammas are like illusions, he fathoms lands, beings, and dharma realms. He realizes the equality of worlds, the equality of the appearances of Buddhas, and the equality of the three births of time. He accomplishes all kinds of spiritual powers and transformations, just as an illusion is not an elephant, not a horse, not a carriage, not a pedestrian, not a man, not a woman, not a boy, not a girl, not a tree, not a leaf, not a flower, not a fruit, not earth, not water, not fire, not wind, not day, not night, not sun, not moon, not half a month, not 1 month, not 1 year, not 100 years, not 1 aeon, not many aeons, not concentration, not destruction, nor is it homogeneous or nor heterogeneous, not uniform, nor variable, nor broad, nor narrow, nor abundant, nor scarce, nor finite, nor infinite, nor coarse, nor fine, nor any of the various kinds of phenomena on their aspects. The various phenomena are not illusions. Illusions are not the various phenomena, yet due to illusions, various different phenomena manifest. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva goes on to say, once this Bodhisattva realizes that all dhammas are like illusions, he fathoms lands, beings, and dhammas realms. Having understood that all dhammas are illusory, he realizes that all lands, all sentient beings, and all dhamma realms are also illusory. He realizes the equality of worlds, the equality of the appearances of Buddhas, and equality of the three births of time, and the fact that all these are illusory. He accomplishes all kinds of spiritual powers and transformations, which are also illusory, just as an illusion is not an elephant in actuality. It is also not a real horse and not a real carriage. An illusory pedestrian is not a pedestrian. An illusory man is not a man. An illusory woman is not a woman. An illusory boy is not a boy. An illusory girl is not a girl. An illusion cannot be a real tree, a real leaf, a real flower, or a genuine fruit. An illusion is not made up of the actual elements of earth, water, fire, or wind. An illusion of day is not a true day. An illusion of night is not a true night. An illusion of sunlight is not real sunlight. An illusion of moonlight is not genuine moonlight. An illusory period of time is not truly half a month or 1 whole month. An illusion of 1 year is not truly 1 year. An illusory 100 years is not actually 100 years. An illusory great aeon is not really 1 aeon. An illusion of many aeons is not real either. An illusion of concentration or distraction is not true concentration or distraction. Nor is it truly homogeneous, although there may be an illusion of homogeneity. Nor is an illusion of heterogeneity really heterogeneous. Nor is an illusion uniform nor variable. In general, many appearances or manifestations based on illusions are always unreal. The Bodhisattva knows that everything is illusory, thus he is free from attachments, nor is he attached to things being broad, nor narrow, nor abundant, nor scarce, nor finite, nor infinite. Nor is he attached to cause dramas, nor to find dramas, or to any of the various kinds of phenomena or their aspects. The various phenomena are not illusions. Illusions are not the various phenomena, yet, due to illusions, various different phenomena manifest. Sutra. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. He regards all worlds as illusory, namely the world of karma, the world of afflictions, the world of lands, the world of dramas, the world of time, the world of inclinations, the world of formation, the world of destruction, the world of movement, and the world of deliberate action. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva contemplates all worlds as illusory, he perceives no beings coming into being, no beings ceasing to be, no lands coming into being, no lands ceasing to be, no dramas coming into being, and no dramas ceasing to be. He does not see a past that can be differentiated, a future that is evolving, or a present that maintains its status quo, even for the space of a single thought. Commentary. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. He regards all worlds as illusory, namely the world of karma, the world of afflictions, the world of lands, the world of dramas, the world of time, the world of inclinations, the world of formation, the world of destruction, the world of movement, and the world of deliberate action. The great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas is also thus. He contemplates everything in the world as illusory. Karma is illusory, afflictions are illusory, lands are illusory, dramas are illusory, the worlds of time, inclinations, formation, destruction, movement, and deliberate action are all illusory. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva contemplates all worlds as illusory, he perceives no beings coming into being, no beings ceasing to be, no lands coming into being, no lands ceasing to be, no dramas coming into being, and no dramas ceasing to be. He does not see a past that can be differentiated, a future that is evolving, or a present that maintains its status quo even for the space of a single thought. The Bodhisattva does not see distinguishable events in the past, nor does he see evolving events in the future, nor does he see any dramas that dwell even for an instant in the present. This is because everything is false and illusory. Sutra, he neither contemplates Bodhi nor differentiates Bodhi. He neither sees the Buddha's appearance nor sees the Buddha's nirvana. He neither sees them as having dwelt in great vows, nor sees them as having entered the proper position of Buddhahood. He never goes beyond their being equally illusory. Although this Bodhisattva accomplishes Buddha lands, he knows that lands have no differentiation. Although he is accomplished in the realms of sentient beings, he knows that there is no differentiation among sentient beings. Although he contemplates the entire Dharma realm, he abides peacefully in the Dharma nature, tranquil and unmoving. Although he comprehends the equality of the three periods of time, he does not violate the convention of differentiating the three periods of time. Although he realizes the emptiness of the skandhas of the locations, he forever severs all dependencies. Although he liberates sentient beings, he realizes that all in the Dharma realm are equal and devoid of the various differences. Although he knows that all dharmas are beyond language and inexpressible, he always speaks the Dharma with infinite eloquence. Although he is not attached to the work of transforming sentient beings, he does not renounce great compassion, and he turns the Dharma wheel to rescue all. Commentary. Bodhisattvas are free from all attachments. They act without action. Thus, they do not discriminate among the events of the past, deliberate about the future, or have a single thought of attachment to the present. He neither contemplates Bodhi nor differentiates Bodhi. A Bodhisattva does not contemplate Bodhi. Instead, he cultivates Bodhi. In other words, he cultivates the land without being concerned about the harvest. He diligently nurtures and waters his crops so that they sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. A Bodhisattva also makes no discriminations about the path to enlightenment. He neither sees the Buddha's appearance nor sees the Buddha's nirvana. A Bodhisattva is not attached to the idea of the Buddhas appearing in the world or of their entering nirvana. He neither sees them as having dwelt in great vows, nor sees them as having entered the proper position of Buddhahood. He is not attached to a Buddha or a Bodhisattva of equal enlightenment, cultivating magnificent vows. He is able to sweep away all dharmas and separate from all appearances. He is not attached to the idea of certifying to the position of a Buddhahood. He never goes beyond their being equally illusory. A Bodhisattva is not attached to the impartial nature of illusion either. He is attached to nothing at all. Although this Bodhisattva accomplishes Buddha lands, he knows that lands have no differentiation. Although he is accomplished in the realms of sentient beings, he knows that there is no differentiation among sentient beings. A Bodhisattva transforms and rescues a myriad of sentient beings, yet he knows that sentient beings are not different from one another. For example, although people are of different races and nationalities, they are all still people. There may be language and cultural barriers, but people share a common humanity. Although he, the Bodhisattva, contemplates the entire Dharma realm, he abides peacefully in the Dharma nature, tranquil and unmoving in his native land. Although he comprehends the equality of the three periods of time, he does not violate the convention of differentiating the three periods of time. The Bodhisattva knows the three periods of time are equal and there is no need to differentiate, yet he does not go against the convention of differentiating among them. Although he realizes the emptiness of skandhas and locations, he forever severs all dependencies. A Bodhisattva realizes the non-existence of the 5 skandhas, the 12 locations, and the 18 realms, but he remains in the world and does not transcend it. Although the Bodhisattva could sever all ignorance, he keeps a little bit so he can be the same as sentient beings. He could destroy that one fraction of ignorance, but instead brilliance mixes with the common. In other words, the Bodhisattva mingles with sentient beings in order to teach and transform them. When sentient beings see him, they think he's just like us. If he can attain the path, so can we. If he can awaken to great wisdom, so can we. And if he can achieve the 5 eyes and 6 spiritual powers, we can do the same. Suppose you were different from sentient beings. If sentient beings were all black and you were white, not just fair-skinned, but whiter and brighter than snow, those black sentient beings would think, I'm not as white as he, so I can't become enlightened like him. Thus, Bodhisattvas manifest as a black pupil, yellow-skinned pupil, white pupil, and pupil of all colors. In this great melting pot, there are Bodhisattvas for every variety of people. When people see those of their own ethnic group cultivate the path and possess spiritual powers, they resolve to cultivate as well. Hence, sentient beings will not feel that they are hopeless cases. Bodhisattvas may not like to do certain things, but in order to constantly accord with sentient beings, they will do a little, and when they do so, they are not attached. That is the Bodhisattva's state of being. Although he liberates sentient beings, he realizes that all in the Dharma realm are equal. He realizes that sentient beings are just Buddhas, and Buddhas are simply sentient beings. People who don't understand this may say, I don't believe in Buddhism. Believers and non-believers alike included in Buddhism because their inherent nature is the same as the Buddha nature. This is not a matter of belief. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you believe or not. As I often say, you may not believe the Buddha today, but wait till tomorrow and you'll believe. If you insist you won't believe tomorrow, then wait till the day after. If you insist that you won't believe the day after tomorrow, then wait till next month. You will have faith by then. You can wait as many years as you want, but I still won't believe. You say, then I'll wait until another lifetime. You may not believe in this life, but in your next life, you may feel that you not only failed to gain any advantages from your disbelief, but also suffered losses as a result. After this realization, you may change your mind and believe in Buddhism. No, I won't convert to Buddhism in my next life either, you assert. Well, you can't be sure that what you will do in your next life. You can't sign a contract saying that you won't believe in Buddhism in your next life. No one dares to sign such a contract with you. Thus, you can't guarantee that your faith will be in your next life, and there's a chance you might become a Buddhist. Although I can't sign a contract against it, I make a vow not to become a Buddhist in my next life. You say, it doesn't matter, I can wait a great karma for you. In time, you will slowly come around. When you have nowhere to go, you will return very naturally. Why is this? Buddhism pervades empty space in the Dharma realm. If you can run outside of empty space or the Dharma realm, then you don't have to believe in Buddhism. In short, there is no basis for your claim that because you do not believe now, you will not do so in the future. For example, consider yourself in this very lifetime. As a young person, you like to study. But after a while, you grow weary of it and prefer to have fun as a hippie. When you grow up, you regret having neglected your studies. You think, if I'd been serious about studying back then, I could have had a PhD by now. I didn't study because I didn't know any better, and now it's too late to start. Through such reflection, your thinking changes. As another example, suppose you wanted to get married. If you are a woman, you look for a boyfriend. If you are a man, you search for a girlfriend. After you find a mate and get married, you start to argue with him or her and end up changing your mind. Marriage is wrong for me, you think. I should live the whole life and become a monastic. But after 3.5 days, not even 4, of monastic life, you want to return to lay life. Monastic life is so lonely, I can't take it. I must return to lay life right away. But after returning to lay life, you feel ill at ease and want to leave for home again. So you see, even in this lifetime, you argue and fight with yourself. How agonizing! If you can't even make up your mind in this life, how much the less can you determine your next life? You say you won't believe in Buddhism in your next life. No one dares to buy your insurance against ever believing in the Buddha Dharma. It doesn't work this way. The Bodhisattva understands that everything in the Dharma realm is equal and devoid of the various differences. Although he knows that all Dharmas are beyond language and expressible, he knows that all Dharmas are beyond words and can't be described. Indeed, the path of language is cut off. There is nothing that can be said. The realm of thought is gone. There is no place for false thoughts to arise. At the point when even false thoughts are gone, what can you do? This is the essence of the Dharma, independent of words and language. It is transmitted outside the teaching, sealing the mind with the mind, i.e., the confirmation of enlightenment between two enlightened beings that is beyond words and language. Despite the ineffability of this Dharma door, he always speaks the Dharma with infinite eloquence. The Bodhisattva constantly espouses the Dharma with inexhaustible eloquence that, as the Chinese saying goes, can bring the dead to life and the living to death. The cycle of death and rebirth is endless. If he says something is alive, it is alive. If he says it is dead, it is dead. His eloquence is so unobstructed that none can argue with him. If you ask me, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas spout no principles, for there are no principles to be expounded. If everything is inexpressible, how can there be principles to expound? It doesn't matter to me whether or not you believe what I say. I just talk. Within the inexpressible, I say a bit, without caring whether you believe or disbelieve. Although he is not attached to the work of transforming sentient beings, he does not renounce the heart of great compassion, and he turns the Dharma wheel to rescue all sentient beings. What does turning the Dharma wheel mean? If you want to know, come to Goat Mountain Monastery. Here we turn the great Dharma wheel day after day, every hour and every minute. We kept spinning around and around until Goat Wheel Monastery spun out of it. Goat Wheel Monastery turns the Dharma wheel even more vigorously. There are lectures on physiognomy, divination, and geomancy. Sutra. Although he espoused past causes and conditions for them, he knows that causes and conditions are essentially devoid of evolvement. This is called patience in perceiving all as delusions, the fourth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. Although he, the Bodhisattva, espoused past causes and conditions, results and retributions for all sentient beings, he knows that causes and conditions are empty and insubstantial, essentially devoid of evolvement. Since causes and conditions don't have any substance of their own, how can they possibly change? This is called patience in perceiving all as illusions, the fourth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as marriages? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all worldly phenomena resemble marriages. Like marriages, they have no location, are neither inside nor outside, neither existent nor non-existent, neither annihilated nor eternal, neither of one color, nor of many colors, nor colorless. They are simply spoken of and manifested according to the beings of the world. The Bodhisattva in this way practices genuine contemplation. He understands all dharmas and at once realizes all levels of cultivation, thus attaining perfection. This is called patience in perceiving all as marriages, the fifth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva says, disciples of the Buddha, what constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as marriages? Disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all worldly phenomena resemble marriages. Marriages are optical effects that create the appearance of a pool of water in the distance. When one gets closer, the image of water vanishes. Like marriages, they have no location. Where would you say marriages are? They exist everywhere, yet nowhere. They have no origin or no destination. They are neither produced from inside nor from outside, neither existent nor non-existent. You may claim marriages exist, but when you approach them, they disappear. You may claim they don't exist, yet they appear as pools of water in the distance. Thus, they are neither existent nor non-existent. Marriages are neither annihilated, since they can occur at any time, nor eternal, since they can vanish at any moment. Marriages are neither of one color, nor of many colors, nor colorless. Marriages are not colorless. From afar, they have a bit of whitish color, like a body of water. They are simply spoken of and manifested according to the beings of the world. This Bodhisattva speaks and manifests in accord with the sentient beings of the world. He is like a marriage, appearing and disappearing, neither eternally gone nor eternally existing. The Bodhisattva in this way practices genuine contemplation. He uses true principles and genuine wisdom to contemplate all states. His state of mind is such that he understands the reality of all dharmas and immediately right in the present moment realizes all levels of cultivation, thus attaining perfection. He not only causes himself to attain perfect Bodhi, but also causes all sentient beings to do the same. This is called patience in perceiving all as marriages, the fifth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. This is the great Bodhisattva's fifth Dharma practice of patience. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha. What is meant by the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as dreams? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all worldly phenomena resemble dreams. Like dreams, they are neither of the world nor apart from the world. They are neither of the desire realm, nor of the form realm, nor of the formless realm. They neither come into being nor cease to be. They are neither defined nor pure, and yet they make their appearance. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. He understands that all in the world are the same as dreams in their absence of change. They resemble dreams in their lack of inherent nature, in the attachments they produce, in their separateness from the inherent nature, in their fundamental nature, in their manifestations, in their lack of disparities, in their discriminatory thinking, and in the insight derived when one awakens from them. This is called patience in perceiving all as dreams, the sixth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva called out, disciples of the Buddha, do you know what is meant by the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as dreams? Since he received no reply, he continued, disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all worldly phenomena resemble dreams. Everything in the world is like a dream. Why is that? When people are dreaming, they are not aware of being in a dream. In a dream, someone may strike it rich, be a great official, and enjoy riches and glory. But if you tell him, You are just dreaming. None of this is real. He certainly will not believe you. When he wakes up, however, without needing to be told, he knows, so it was all just a dream I had last night. In the dream, he had riches and high positions in the government as president, prime minister, secretary of state, secretary of foreign affairs, secretary of the interior, and secretary of finance. He handled unimaginable quantities of capital. However, it was all a dream. Like dreams, they are neither of the world nor apart from the world, though the world resembles a dream. Dreams are not of the world, yet dreams are created by people, and thus they are not apart from the world. They are neither of the desire realm, nor of the form realm, nor of the formless realm. If dreams are not of this world, do they originate from the heavens of the desire, form, and formless realms? No, because they are merely dreams. They neither come into being nor cease to be. Dreams are not born and do not die. They are neither defiled nor pure. Dreams are not necessarily defiled or pure. You may claim that dreams are defiled, but sometimes one has pure dreams, such as dreams of bowing to the Buddhas, chanting sutras, and bowing in repentance. On the other hand, when you say that dreams are pure, sometimes defiled states appear in them. For example, one may dream of dancing while intoxicated with whiskey and brandy, so that one's soul seems to rise to the heavens, and yet they make their appearance. In spite of their not having any of the above qualities, dreams still do manifest. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. Using the Dharma of patience in perceiving all as dreams, he contemplates all causes and conditions as ephemeral dreams. In a dream, someone finds a good boyfriend or girlfriend, dates that person, eventually gets married and has many children, and those children in turn have many children of their own. All these things happen in a dream. They seem real, but are really just a part of a dream. He understands that all in the world are the same as dreams. All things, even those things dearest to you, are nothing but figments of dreams. Thus it is said, human life is but a dream. Death is also but a dream. In dreams, we seem to have glory and honor. Waking from dreams, poverty haunts us. Day after day in this dream we create. We fail to perceive the dream's fleeting nature. If from this dream we never awake, then we will have dreamed it all in vain. Things are like dreams in their absence of change. Whatever your dream, that's your dream. The dream doesn't change. You can't answer it. They resemble dreams in their lack of inherent nature. Dreams are illusory creations, arising and perishing with no nature of their own. If they had a nature, they would not be dreams in the attachments they produce. One becomes attached to dreams being good or bad in their separateness from the inherent nature. Dreams have no nature of their own. They are separated from one's inherent nature. In their fundamental nature, dreams are fundamental, empty, and unreal. In their manifestations in dreams are also unreal. In their lack of disparities, dreams do not discriminate among themselves. They do not say, "You are a beautiful dream, I am an ugly dream." Dreams make no such distinctions in their discriminatory thinking. Most dreams come about because of thoughts and discriminations, and in the insight derived when one awakens from them. Upon waking from a dream, one realizes that it was ephemeral and unreal. Before waking, one felt it was real and pretty enjoyable. If one is confused from birth until death, what is life but a dream? When one truly understands and attains great wisdom, then one awakens from the dream. Looking back at the shore of samsara, one exclaims that the suffering of people in the world, miserable and afflicted, bickering and fighting, they muddle their way through life, not knowing that although the sea of suffering is vast, by simply turning around, they can reach the other shore of liberation. This is called patience in perceiving all as dreams, the sixth kind of drama of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as in cause? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva listens to Buddhas speak the Dharma, contemplates the nature of all Dharmas, perfects his study and cultivation, and arrives at the opposite shore. He knows that all sounds are like echoes in that they neither come nor go, but merely seem to exist. Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva contemplates how the thirst common sound comes neither from within, nor from without, nor from in between, within and without. Although he comprehends that their sound comes neither from within, nor from without, nor from in between, he realizes that the words and phrases spoken are the manifestation of skillful and clever expedients. Commentary. The Universal Worthy Bodhisattva further asks disciples of the Buddha, what constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's practice of patience in perceiving all as echoes? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva constantly listens to all Buddhas speak the Dharma. He contemplates the nature of all Dharmas with his wisdom. He studies and practices in accordance with the Dharma, perfects his study and cultivation, and arrives at the opposite shore of nirvana. He knows that all sounds are like echoes in that they neither come nor go, but merely seem to exist. Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva contemplates how the thirst common sound comes neither from within, nor from without, nor from in between, within and without. This great Bodhisattva observes how the sound emitted by the Buddhas neither comes from inside, nor outside, nor in between inside and outside. Although he comprehends that their sound comes neither from within, nor from without, nor from in between, he still realizes that the words and phrases spoken by the Buddhas are the manifestation of skillful and clever expedients. Sutra. Like echoes in a valley, the sound arises from conditions yet remains unopposed to the Dharma nature. It causes all sentient beings to gain a kind of understanding appropriate to their individual differences, thereby enabling them to cultivate and study. Consider Lord Sakra's wife, the Asura king's daughter Satsi, who can, without conscious intention, produce 1,000 kinds of sound in a single sound. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. He enters the realm of non-discrimination, masters a versatile sound that adapts to beings of different capacities, and eternally turns the Dharma wheel in boundless worlds. Commentary. Like echoes in a valley, if you yell at one side of the valley, an echo will come from the other side. When you loudly recite Namo Quan Shin Bodhisattva here, within seconds you can hear Namo Quan Shin Bodhisattva echoing back from the opposite side. This sound arises from causes and conditions, yet it remains unopposed to the essential Dharma nature. It causes all sentient beings to gain a kind of understanding appropriate to their individual differences, thereby enabling them to cultivate and study. No matter what type of beings hear this kind of sound made by a Buddha, they can all understand clearly and cultivate in accordance with the Dharma. Consider Lord Sakra's wife. She is the Asura king's daughter named Sakshi, who can, without conscious intention, produce 1,000 kinds of sound in a single sound. She is able to produce this type of sound without consciously trying to do so. The minor sounds are a natural transformation of her voice. If she had to use conscious intention, she would be engaging in false thinking. Thus, the saying, "Without thought, one receives an efficacious response. With thought, one engages in false thinking." The very sounds of Sakshi are very pleasing to the ears, delighting all who hears. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. He enters the realm of non-discrimination, masters a versatile sound that adapts to beings of different capacities, in order to teach and transform them. No matter where the Bodhisattva goes, he speaks the Dharma in the language native to that location. He also speaks the language of every living being. For example, when he sees a horse, he speaks a Dharma in the language of the horse. When he meets a cow, he explains the Dharma in the cow's language. In this way, the Bodhisattva eternally turns the Dharma wheel in boundless worlds without a moment of rest. Sutra. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva can expertly observe all sentient beings and expound the Dharma to them by means of the hallmark of a vast, long tongue. His voice pervades the lands of the 10 directions without hindrance, enabling all therein to hear the Dharma as suited to their individual differences. Though the Bodhisattva knows that sound arises from nowhere, he manifests sounds everywhere. Though he knows there is nothing to say, he extensively espoused all the Dharma. The impartiality of his powerful voice allows every kind of sentient being to understand in his or her own way and to attain thorough realization through his or her own wisdom. This is called patience in perceiving all as equals, the 7th kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva can expertly observe all sentient beings and expound the Dharma to them by means of the hallmark of a vast, long tongue. The hallmark of a vast, long tongue refers to the ability to speak the Dharma. He observes each sentient being's dispositions and inclinations and teaches him or her accordingly. His voice is perfect as he explains the wonderful Dharma to the multitude. His voice also pervades the Buddha lands of the 10 directions without hindrance, enabling all therein to hear the Dharma as suited to their individual differences. The Bodhisattva speaks the Dharma whenever the opportunity presents itself. At the very moment when beings are ready to hear such wonderful teachings, there is a saying, "A Bodhisattva espouses the Dharma with a single sound. Each sentient being understands according to his or her species and type." That is the reason a Bodhisattva can cause all beings to hear the Dharma as suited to their individual differences. In addition, while some beings understand the principles deeply, others understand superficially. While some gain many insights, others gain very few. It is not the case that the Bodhisattva is partial. Rather, these differences are due to sentient beings' individual capacities. Those with great capacity will understand more, while those with little capacity will understand less. It is said that the Bodhisattva has great kindness for those with whom he has no affinities, and great compassion for all beings because he regards them as being one with himself. In other words, a Bodhisattva treats everyone equally without making any distinctions. Though the Bodhisattva knows that the sound arises from nowhere and disappears into nowhere, he manifests sounds everywhere to explain the Dharma for all sentient beings. Though he knows there is nothing to say, he extensively spouts all the Dharma. The Bodhisattva understands that all Buddha Dharma is basically beyond the grasp of speech, language, and conceptualization. Indeed, the inherent nature of language is empty. The words are meaningless of themselves until we assign meanings to them. Knowing this, the Bodhisattva still explains all the Dharma for sentient beings so they can awaken upon hearing the Buddha's teachings. With the impartiality of his wonderful voice, the Bodhisattva espoused the Dharma door of equanimity. His teaching allows every kind of sentient being to understand in his or her own way and to attain thorough realization through his or her own wisdom. All beings are able to use their own wisdom to understand all things as they really are. This is called patience in perceiving all as equals, the seventh kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as reflections? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva is neither born in the world nor dies in the world, is neither within the world nor outside of the world, neither cultivates in the world nor fails to cultivate in the world, is neither the same as nor different from those in the world, neither goes to the world nor fails to go to the world, neither dwells in the world nor does not dwell in the world, is neither of the world nor beyond the world. He neither cultivates the Bodhisattva's practices nor renounces his magnificent vows. He attaches neither to reality nor to unreality. Although he constantly practices the Dharma of all Buddhas, he is able to manage all worldly affairs. He neither drifts with the worldly currents nor dwells in the Dharma flow. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as reflections? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva is neither born in the world nor dies in the world, and is neither within the world nor outside of the world. Unlike ordinary people, a Bodhisattva can come and go with ease, without any restraints or obstructions. In addition, a Bodhisattva neither cultivates in the world nor fails to cultivate in the world, is neither the same as nor different from those in the world, neither goes to the world nor fails to go to the world, neither dwells in the world nor does not dwell in the world, and is neither of the world nor beyond the world. He cultivates neither worldly dramas nor transcendental dramas. He is neither inside nor outside the world. Rather, he is between the mundane and the transcendental. He neither cultivates the Bodhisattva's practices nor renounces his magnificent vows. Although a Bodhisattva cultivates the Bodhisattva practices, he does not attach to these practices, nor does he forsake his great vows. In all the methods of practice that he cultivates, he attaches neither to reality nor to unreality. In fact, a Bodhisattva is not attached to anything. Although he constantly practices the Dharma of all Buddhas, he is able to manage all worldly affairs. A Bodhisattva cultivates according to the principles of ultimate reality, yet he is not apart from worldly customs and conventions. He is able to handle all matters without any attachment. For worldly dramas are transcendental dramas, and transcendental dramas are worldly dramas. He does not discriminate among things or attach to anything. He neither drifts with the worldly currents nor dwells in the Dharma flow. Although a Bodhisattva can handle all worldly affairs, he remains unattached and accords with conditions without being affected by them. He is also able to remain unchanged while complying with conditions and not become attached to the flow of the Dharma. Sutra. It is like how the sun, the moon, men, women, houses, mountains, forests, rivers, springs, and so forth are reflected in oil, water, physical entities, gems, mirrors, and other clear surfaces. A reflection is neither the same as nor different from the oil and other substances. It neither separates from nor merges with them. A reflection neither gets carried adrift in a river or stream, nor sinks in a pond or well, appearing therein, yet all the while untainted. Sentient beings may perceive a reflection as being at one location and not another, but although objects far and near all have reflections, the distance of a reflection does not correspond to the distance of its object. Commentary. It is like how the sun, the moon, men, women, horses, mountains, forests, rivers, springs, and so forth are reflected in oil, water, physical entities, gems, mirrors, and other clear surfaces. The images of these objects can be reflected on anything that is clear and pure. A reflection is neither the same as nor different from the oil and other substances. A reflection and its reflecting surface are neither the same nor different. It neither separates from nor merges with them. A reflection neither gets carried adrift in a river or a stream, nor sinks in a pond or well, appearing therein, yet all the while untainted. Although a reflection appears on a reflecting surface, neither the reflection nor the reflecting surface is tainted. Sentient beings may perceive a reflection as being at one location and not another, but although objects far and near all have reflections, the distance of a reflection does not correspond to the distance of its object. Sentient beings know that the reflection exists at the place where it is being reflected and not elsewhere. However, although all objects near or far from us have afflictions, those reflections are not correspondingly near or far from us. In other words, it is objects that are close to or far away from us, not their reflections. Sutra. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same. He can perceive his own body as well as those of others. His wisdom allows him to perceive these states, yet he does not interpret them as general and speak of himself and others as being different. He simultaneously appears everywhere in his own country and other countries, all of which are distinctively different from each other, just as a seed does not have roots, shoots, stems, nodes, branches, or leaves, yet is capable of producing such things. So too is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva capable in the same way. With the expedient means, he distinguishes duality in that which is non-dual, and yet he thoroughly understands the non-obstructive reality. This is called patience in perceiving all as reflections, the eighth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. He can perceive his own body and mind as well as those of others. His wisdom allows him to perceive these states, yet he does not interpret them as dual and speak of himself and others as being different. The Bodhisattva does not make any distinction between himself and others, for he has left duality behind. He simultaneously appears everywhere in his own country and other countries, all of which are distinctively different from each other. Although his native country and other countries are all different, the Bodhisattva is able to manifest in all these countries at the same time. Just as a seed originally does not have roots, shoots, stems, nodes, branches, or leaves, yet it is capable of producing such things. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the same way. With expedient means, he distinguishes duality in in that which is non-dual, and yet he thoroughly understands the non-obstructive reality. Fundamentally, there is no duality. However, for the sake of teaching sentient beings, the great Bodhisattva among all Bodhisattvas uses experience to explain the concept of duality, so we can thoroughly understand the perfect and mutually non-obstructive reality of dual yet non-dual, non-dual yet dual. This is called patience in perceiving all as reflections, the eighth kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Sutra. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva achieves this patience, then without traveling to the lands of the 10 directions, he is able to appear everywhere in all Buddha lands. He neither leaves this place nor goes to those places. Like a reflection, he appears everywhere, and thus his practice is unobstructed. He causes sentient beings to perceive his different bodies as having the same material reality as the all worldly objects, yet these different forms are actually not different. Difference and non-difference are mutually non-obstructive. This Bodhisattva is born in the first Karma's lineage, pure and unimpeded in his body, speech, and thought. Therefore, he is able to attain a pure body capable of assuming boundless physical forms. Commentary. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva achieves this patience, then without traveling to the lands of the 10 directions, he is able to appear everywhere in all Buddha lands. Upon realizing this patience, although the Bodhisattva's physical body does not go to the lands in the 10 directions, he is able to manifest in all Buddha lands. He neither leaves this place, the land in which he resides, nor goes to those places, all those Buddha lands. Like a reflection, he appears everywhere. The Bodhisattva is similar to reflections that can appear at any place where there is light, because this Dharma practice enables him to master the spiritual power of countless transformations. He is able to attain this state, and thus his practice is unobstructed. He causes sentient beings to perceive his different bodies as having the same material reality as all worldly objects. Yet, these different forms are actually not different. Difference and non-difference are mutually non-obstructive. This is the state where distinctions and non-distinctions are seamlessly integrated without obstructing one another. Therefore, it can be described as both distinct and non-distinct. This Bodhisattva is born in the first Karma's lineage, pure and unimpeded in his body, speech, and thought. The three modes of karma, body, mouth, and mind, are pure and unobstructed. Therefore, he is able to attain a pure and wondrous body, capable of assuming boundless physical forms. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as conjured effects? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all worldly phenomena resemble conjured effects. That is, all sentient beings' mental deeds resemble conjured effects, for they result from awareness and thoughts. All worldly activities resemble conjured effects, for they result from discriminations. All misinterpretations of suffering and happiness resemble conjured effects, for they result from delusive craving. All unreal worldly dramas resemble conjured effects, for they manifest through language and speech, and all afflictions and distinctions resemble conjured effects, for they result from cognition. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva calls out again. Disciples of the Buddha. What constitutes the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as conjured effects? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that all worldly phenomena resemble conjured effects, for they are unreal. That is, all sentient beings' mental deeds resemble conjured effects, for they result from awareness and thoughts. All beings' mental karma is impure and thus subject to change. For example, we think about doing something today but change our mind by tomorrow. Today we wish to live the home life and cultivate the Bodhi path. Tomorrow we want to return to lay life and get married. Thus our mental karma is like a marriage. Our mind is not firm. Lacking samadhi, we waver and change according to whatever thoughts we happen to have in a given moment. This type of mental activity or awareness is the root of all evil, because it is not a wholesome awareness. Rather, it is deluded awareness. It wants to know how to be ignorant, how to fall into the house, and how to break the rules. This deluded mental awareness is known as the wrong understanding and wrong view. This wrong understanding and wrong view leads you to such confusion that it is as if you were upside down instead of right side up. Therefore, it is not easy to cultivate the path to Buddhahood. We cultivators must clearly recognize the 6 thieves: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. We definitely should not run around with these thieves, because they would create a lot of trouble for us, causing us to be afflicted and ignorant. Instead, we need to have the right understanding and right view. If we constantly think about how to undertake our spiritual practice and realize the path, this kind of mental awareness is the right understanding and the right view. With the right understanding and right view, we will be able to remain detached and not take everything too hard. By not clinging on to anything, we can maintain a mind that is unimpeded. If we only think about the wrong understanding and wrong view, we can't be our own master, because we allow our internal and external states to influence us. Once our mind is afflicted by these states, we become confused as if we were upside down. Everyone pays special attention to this. Don't let this influence you. Rather, you need to influence these states. This is the key to cultivation. All worldly activities resemble conjured effects, for they result from discriminations. All the transformation-like activities in the world consist of the activities of all sentient beings. Why are there so many different activities in the world? They are created by the distinction-making minds of beings. All misinterpretations of suffering and happiness resemble conjured effects, for they result from delusive craving. Sentient beings treat suffering as if it were happiness, and happiness as if it were suffering. Actually, seeking happiness is the cause of suffering, and suffering is the result of seeking happiness. Therefore, cultivators of the path should undertake appropriate ascetic practices, for that can lead to attain true future happiness. The 4 virtues of nirvana, i.e., permanence, bliss, true self, and purity. Although those who don't engage in self-cultivation enjoy temporary happiness, they end up undergoing suffering in the long run. Why do beings fall into the hells? They hunger after worldly pleasures. Why do beings ascend to the heavens? They endure suffering and challenges during their self-cultivation. Unfortunately, sentient beings don't understand these principles and continue to engage in deluded acts. They only crave temporary pleasure instead of seeking to realize everlasting happiness. Being confused, they are unwilling to tolerate temporary suffering, but are willing to endure long-term suffering. This is what is meant by all misinterpretations of suffering and happiness resemble marriages. Treating the false as true and the true as false, mistaking the buckler for your tride. All of these are caused by delusive craving for what we deem we deem as pleasurable. All unreal worldly dharmas resemble conjured effects, for they manifest through language and speech. All things in the world are unreal, for they are all illusory transformations. Since all phenomena are made real by descriptive words, they are not the ultimate reality. And all afflictions and distinctions resemble marriages, for they result from cognition. People chase after afflictions. Once we have afflictions, we start making distinctions. Once we make distinctions, we have afflictions. Where do afflictions come from? They arise from deluded thinking. Once there is deluded thinking, the process of making distinctions begins. Therefore, both afflictions and distinctions come from our thoughts. Sutra. Furthermore, the purifying and taming of sentient beings resembles a conjured effect, for it manifests from non-discrimination. The Bodhisattva's steadfastness throughout the 3 periods of time resembles a conjured effect, for it is due to impartiality premised on non-arising. The Bodhisattva's vow power resembles a conjured effect, for it is established through extensive cultivation. The third command's great compassion resembles a conjured effect, for it is manifested by expediency, and the provisional turning of the Dharma wheel resembles a conjured effect, for it is expressed with eloquence arising from wisdom and fearlessness. Such is the Bodhisattva's understanding of worldly and transcendental conjured effects. His understanding, which is based on direct experience, extensive knowledge, balanced knowledge, factual knowledge, sovereign knowledge, and genuine knowledge, cannot be swayed by delusive views, nor does he conduct with conforms to worldly conventions, contravening the truth. Commentary. Furthermore, the purifying and taming, teaching and rescuing of sentient beings resembles a conjured effect, for it manifests from a mind of non-discrimination. The Bodhisattva's steadfastness throughout the 3 periods of time resembles a conjured effect, for it is due to impartiality premised on non-arising. Why is there marriage like a childlessness throughout the 3 periods of time? This is due to equality of non-arising. The Bodhisattva's vow power resembles a conjured effect, for it is established through extensive cultivation. Bodhisattvas use great vows and great power to teach and transform sentient beings. How do they attain such great vows and great power? They have brought forth a great resolve for Bodhi and diligently cultivate the path. The third command's great compassion resembles a conjured effect, for it is manifested by expediency. The Buddha has great compassion. He uses a myriad of skillful expedients to rescue sentient beings from suffering, to teach and transform them, and to cause them to bring forth the Bodhi resolve and cultivate the unsurpassed path leading to Buddhahood. And the provisional turning of the Dharma wheel resembles a conjured effect, for it is expressed with eloquence arising from wisdom and fearlessness. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas turn the wonderful Dharma wheel as an expedient to teach and transform sentient beings. Only those with great wisdom can turn the Dharma wheel. In addition, you need a spirit of great fearlessness in order to attain eloquence without obstruction. You then can explain the sutras and speak the Dharma and help all beings receive the benefits of the Buddha Dharma. Such is the Bodhisattva's understanding of worldly and transcendental conjured effects. His understanding, which is based on direct experience, extensive knowledge, balanced knowledge, factual knowledge, sovereign knowledge, and genuine knowledge, cannot be swayed or otherwise affected by delusive views. nor does his conduct, which conforms to worldly conventions, contravene the truth. Although a bodhisattva handles all worldly affairs in accordance with customs and conventions, he does not go against the truth of underlying principles. He is able to conform to the specific matters without hindering the principles, and conforms to the principles without hindering the specific matters. In this way, the specifics and the principles are seamlessly integrated without contradiction. Since the true and the false are non-dual, the Bodhisattva does not contravene the truth. The words contravening can be interpreted as not contravening worldly conventions. Thus, the principle, the truth, is not apart from worldly conventions. Not contravening also can mean not contravening the truth. Hence, the principle, worldly conventions are not apart from the truth. Sutra. Consider the analogy of a conjured effect that arises neither from the mind, nor from mental dramas, nor from karma. It is not subject to retribution. It neither is born in the world, nor perishes in the world. It cannot be pursued or grasped. It dwells neither for a long time nor for a brief instant. It neither traverses the world nor departs from the world. It is not bound exclusively to one location, nor does it belong to every location. It is neither measurable nor immeasurable. It neither grows weary and rests, nor is indefatigable. It is neither mortal nor divine, neither defined nor pure. It undergoes neither birth nor death. It is neither wisdom nor foolishness. It is neither visible nor invisible. It neither relies on the mundane nor enters the Dharma realm. It is neither intelligent nor dull-witted. There is nothing to grasp at or relinquish. It is neither subject to birth and death nor in nirvana. It neither exists nor does not exist. The Bodhisattva travels through worlds in this skillful, expedient manner, cultivating the Bodhisattva path, well versed in the dramas of all worlds. He sends transformation bodies to them. He is attached neither to the mundane nor to his own body. He does not discriminate with regard to the world or his body. He neither dwells in the world nor is apart from the world. He neither dwells in the Dharma nor is apart from the Dharma. Due to his past vows, he does not forsake a single realm of sentient beings, nor does he regulate only a few realms of sentient beings. He neither distinguishes among dharmas nor fails to distinguish among them. He knows that the Dharma nature neither comes nor goes. Although there is nothing to eat, he still. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. What is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as the void? Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva understands that all Dharma realms resemble the void in that they have no attributes. All worlds resemble the void in that they do not arise. All Dhammas resemble the void in that they are non-dual. All sentient beings' deeds resemble the void in that there is nothing done. All Buddhas resemble the void in that they do not make distinctions. All Buddhas' powers resemble the void in that they are undifferentiated. All dhyana samadhis resemble the void in that the three periods of time become equal. All dhammas that are spoken resemble the void in that they cannot be verbalized. And all Buddha's bodies resemble the void in that they are free from attachment and impediment. The Bodhisattva thus uses the expedient of perceiving all as the void to fathom that all dhammas do not exist. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva continues. All of you disciples of the Buddha, what is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's patience in perceiving all as the void? What is the great Bodhisattva's patience of regarding everything as being empty like the void? What is his state of being like? Universal Worthy Bodhisattva addresses all of you again. Disciples of the Buddha, Since you don't know, I'll explain it to you. This Bodhisattva must understand that all Dharma realms resemble the void. He understands that all Dharma realms are identical to the void in that they have no attributes. Lacking attributes, Dharma realms are like empty space. He also knows all worlds resemble the void. All worlds go through the stages of formation, stasis, decline, and emptiness, so they all end up empty. They are like the void in that they do not arise and also do not perish. He understands that all dharmas resemble the void in their lack of substance, and in that they are non-dual, i.e., dharmas are neither singular nor dual. He knows that all sentient beings' deeds resemble the void in that there is nothing done. They act without acting. Their actions are basically empty. He understands that all Buddhas resemble the void in that they make no distinctions. When the mind makes no distinctions among the Buddhas, sentient beings, and dharmas is in this absence of distinctions like the void. Not only are the Buddhas and their dharma like the void, he knows that all Buddha's powers, the 10 powers, resemble the void in that they are undifferentiated. Being free from differentiation, how could they be other than the void? The Bodhisattva understands that all dhyana samadhis resemble the void in that the 3 periods of time become equal. One cannot be attached to the cultivation of any of the dhyanas of all samadhis. Upon entering samadhi, one no longer perceives past, present, and future. Past, present, or future, everything becomes equal and identical to the void. All dharmas that are spoken by the Buddha resemble the void in that they cannot be verbalized. The essence of the Dharma is ineffable. It has neither verbal expression nor mental conceptualization, and it is beyond language. And all Buddha's bodies are seen to resemble the void. Thus, the Bodhisattva has patience in perceiving all as the void. Originally, things are not identical to the void, but due to the Bodhisattva's practice of this patience, distinctions no longer exist in his mind and all things become identical to the void. All Buddha's bodies are void, like in that they are free from attachment and impediment. They are unattached and perfectly interfused without obstruction. If one is attached to the Buddha's bodies, then they cannot be like the void. If there is no attachment, then they are identical to the void. You should understand what it means to resemble the void. It means that given something that is not void-like, you conceive it as resembling the void. Since it is not really the same as the void, this requires patience. Patience involves recognizing this state of mind. The Bodhisattva thus uses the expedient of perceiving all as the void to fathom that all dharmas do not exist. Using the expedient means of contemplating everything as like the void. The Bodhisattva comprehends all dharmas to be originally empty and non-existent, and knows not to become attached to dharmas or to self. With no attachment to dharmas or to self, how could there be anything else but the void? Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva comprehends all dharmas by means of the wisdom of the patience of perceiving all as the void, he attains a body and bodily karma that resemble the void, speech and speech karma that resemble the void, and a mind and mental karma that resemble the void. Just as the void sustains all dharma so that there is neither production nor destruction, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's dharma body likewise is free from birth and death, just as the void is indestructible. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva's wisdom and powers likewise are indestructible, just as the void serves as the refuge for all in the world, yet itself is not dependent on anything. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva likewise is the refuge for all dharmas, yet all the while independent. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva calls out, disciples of the Buddha, When the Bodhisattva fully comprehends all dharmas by means of the wisdom of perceiving all as the void, with which he regards everything as resembling empty space, he attains a body and bodily karma that resemble the void. It is as if he has no body, whether he is moving or still, and since there is no concept of a body, his body creates no karma. Therefore, his bodily karma is also void-like. Since the Bodhisattva is beyond speech, he attains speech and speech karma that resemble the void. And with his mind free from attachments, the Bodhisattva has a mind and mental karma that resemble the void. Just as the void sustains all dharmas so that there is neither production nor destruction of dharmas, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's dharma body likewise is free from birth and death like the void. Just as the void is indestructible, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's wisdom and all his powers likewise are indestructible. No human being can destroy them. Just as the void serves as the refuge for all in the world, yet itself is not dependent on anything and is unattached, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva likewise is the refuge for all dharmas, yet all the while independent. Although all dharmas rely on the great Bodhisattva who espoused on them, the Bodhisattva himself remains independent and free from attachment. Sutra. Just as the void is beyond birth and death, yet accommodates all births and deaths in the world, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva likewise is without aims or achievements, yet manifests aims and achievements, leading all those in the world to cultivate purity. Just as the void lacks boundaries, yet can manifest infinitely many boundaries, the Bodhisattva likewise has no karma or retribution, yet is able to manifest all sorts of karma and retribution. Just as the void neither travels nor remains still, yet can reveal all sorts of magnificence, likewise, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva neither travels nor remains still, yet is able to discern all practices. Just as the void neither has form nor lacks form, yet can display all the various forms, likewise, the Bodhisattva has neither worldly nor transcendental form, yet can display all forms. Commentary. Just as the void is beyond birth and death, yet accommodates all births and deaths in the world, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva likewise is without aims or achievements. He has no place where he wants to go, and nothing he considers as his achievement. Yet he manifests aims and achievements, leading all those beings in the world to cultivate the Dharma doors of purity. Just as the void lacks directions and boundaries, yet can manifest infinitely many directions and boundaries, the Bodhisattva likewise has no karma or retribution of his own, yet is able to manifest all sorts of karma and retribution. Just as the void neither travels nor remains still, yet can reveal all sorts of appearances of magnificence, likewise, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva neither travels nor remains still. He neither has to move around nor dwell in a fixed place, yet is able to discern all practices of cultivation. Just as the void neither has form nor lacks form, yet can display all the various forms, likewise the great Bodhisattva has neither worldly nor transcendental form, yet can display all forms. He can manifest all dharmas of form. Sutra. Just as the void is neither distant nor close, yet lasts forever and manifests all things, likewise, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is neither distant nor close, yet is able to dwell forever and display all the practices of Bodhisattvas. Just as the void is neither clean nor polluted, yet not apart from cleanliness and pollution, likewise the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is neither impeded nor unimpeded, yet not apart from impediment and non-impediment. Just as the whole world appears before the void, yet the void does not appear before the whole world, likewise, All Dhammas appear before the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, yet he does not appear before all Dhammas. Just as the Buddha enters all and knows no bounds, likewise the Bodhisattva Mahasattva enters all Dhammas and his Bodhisattva resolve knows no bounds. Commentary. Just as the world is neither distant from nor close to us, you may say empty space is far, yet it is right beside us. You may say it is near, yet you cannot take hold of empty space. Thus, empty space is neither far nor near, yet it lasts forever. The void is never destroyed. Why not? Because it is the void. Essentially, the void is nothingness. How can it be destroyed? We should pay attention to this. Why do we suffer from afflictions and ignorance? It's because we are not similar to the void. Our inherent nature resembles the void. True and false lie within it. Awaken to the essential nature. When one thing is understood, everything is understood. Our essential nature is like the void, and the void contains both the true and the false. When we truly understand our essential nature, this one understanding leads us to understand everything. And the indestructible void manifests all things. As for the small, it contains every mote of dust. As for the large, it contains all the mountains, rivers, the earth, houses, and buildings. Nevertheless, the void cannot be destroyed. Likewise, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is no different from the void in that he is neither distant nor close, yet is able to dwell forever in the world and display all the practices of Bodhisattvas, all the Dhammas they cultivate. Just as the void is neither clean nor polluted. If you say that the void is clean, you are wrong. If you say it is filthy or untidy, it's not completely true either, because the void is just nothingness. If you say it is clean, well, there are toilets everywhere, and these full toilets exist in the void. Nevertheless, they cannot pollute the void. Nowadays, we say that the air is polluted, but the void cannot be contaminated. Thus, the void is neither clean nor polluted, yet it is not apart from cleanliness and pollution. Cleanliness and pollution are included in the void. Likewise, the great Bodhisattva Mahasattva is neither impeded nor unimpeded, yet he is not apart from impediment and non-impediment. The Bodhisattva has no impediments, yet he is not separate from impediments. It is just as the whole world appears before the void, yet the void does not appear before the whole world. Why is that? The void is nothingness. How can it appear? How can it make an appearance when it is formless? Likewise, all Dhammas appear before the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. The great Bodhisattva understands all Dhammas, yet he does not appear before all Dhammas. Just as the void enters all and knows no bounds, likewise, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva enters all Dhammas, and his Bodhisattva resolve knows no bounds. The great Bodhisattva realizes the ultimate reality underlying all Dhammas, yet his Bodhisattva resolve is limitless. Sutra. Why is that? The reason is that what the Bodhisattva does is like the Buddha. That is to say, all his cultivation, all his adornment and purification, and all his accomplishments are completely impartial, being of one single substance, flavor, and capacity, and resembling the void in its purity and all-pervasiveness. In this way, the Bodhisattva certifies to the knowledge of all Dhammas and does not discriminate among any of them. He adorns and purifies all Buddha lands, perfects all independent bodies, and discerns all directions without confusion. He possesses all powers and cannot be vanquished. He has perfected all the boundless meritorious virtues, plumbed the depths of all profound dharmas, and mastered all paramitas. Sitting on all varasis everywhere, he universally utters sounds that accord with all kinds of beings. He turns the Dharma wheel for the sake of those in all worlds without ever missing the right opportunity. This is called patience in perceiving all as the Void, the 10th kind of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. Why is that? The reason is that what the Bodhisattva does is like the Void. That is to say, all his cultivation resembles the Void. All his adornment and purification are like the Void, and all his accomplishments resemble the Void. Indeed, all the Bodhisattva's actions are like the Void because they are completely impartial, being one single substance, the single substance of true suchness, the single flavor of liberation, and the single capacity that is exactly appropriate for the various natures of all beings, and resembling the Void in its purity and all-pervasiveness. In this way, the Bodhisattva certifies to the knowledge of all dharmas and does not discriminate among any of them. He understands all dharmas and does not need to discriminate among any of them. He adorns and purifies all Buddha lands, perfects all independent bodies. He does not need to rely on anything, and he discerns all directions without confusion. He does not become disoriented with regard to directions. He possesses all powers and cannot be vanquished. He is invincible. Because of his solid strength, he has perfected all the boundless meritorious virtues, plumbed the depths of all profound dharmas. He has arrived at the local of wisdom, and he has mastered all paramitas. He has taken all the paths for crossing to the other shore. Sitting on all varasis everywhere, he universally utters sounds that accord with all kinds of beings. He turns the great Dharma wheel for the sake of those in all worlds, without ever missing the right opportunity. He never misses the proper timing to turn the Dharma wheel. This is called the patience of perceiving all as the Void, the 10th kind of practice of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Sutra. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, upon accomplishing this kind of patience, attains a body that comes from nowhere, since it goes nowhere. He attains a body that is unproduced, since it never ceases to be. He attains a body that is unmoving, since it never decays. He attains a body that is unreal, since it is beyond falseness. He attains a body of a single attribute, since it is free of attributes. He attains limitless bodies, since the Buddha's powers are limitless. He attains an impartial body, since it is identical to thirstness. He attains an undifferentiated body as a result of impartially contemplating the 3 periods of time. Commentary. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, upon accomplishing these 10 kinds of patience mentioned earlier, attains a body that comes from nowhere, since it goes nowhere. Why is there no coming? Because there is no going. His body neither comes nor goes. He attains a body that is unproduced, since it never ceases to be. When there is coming into being, there will be ceasing to be. In contrast, when there is no coming into being, there is no ceasing to be. He attains a body that is unmoving, since it never decays. The Bodhisattva attains an unmoving body. Why? Because it does not decay. Without decay, how can there be movement or change? He attains a body that is unreal, since it is beyond falseness. The Bodhisattva does not regard his body as real. Why? Because he has left falseness behind. Indeed, true reality is devoid of falseness. He attains a body of a single attribute, since it is free of attributes. The Bodhisattva has no concept of self, so he attains a body of one attribute, or even no attributes. He attains limitless bodies, countless numbers of bodies, since the Buddha's powers are limitless. There is no limit to these powers. He attains an impartial body, since it is identical to thirstness. Impartiality is thirstness. Thirstness does not contain any partiality. Thirstness is the absolute. He attains an undifferentiated body as a result of impartially contemplating the three pillars of time. He attains a body that does not discriminate among the past, the present, and the future. Having achieved those 10 kinds of patience, the Bodhisattva attains infinite numbers of bodies. Why don't we ordinary people have infinite numbers of bodies? The reason is that we are incapable of being patient. Why can't we be patient? It's because we think everything in the world is real. Since we consider everything to be real, we cannot endure any perceived disadvantage. We cannot bear to suffer the slightest loss, not to mention great losses. We can't even take a word of criticism. We can't stand it when people complain about us. Just now I made a comment to a layman who is from my hometown in northeast China. I said that nowadays if you call someone a dog, he would get mad and say, "Why are you insulting me?" If, however, when language was first created, the word dog had designated a person and the word person had meant a dog, you would now get upset and afflicted if someone called you a person. Names and labels are false. However, since we cannot see beyond them and let go of our attachments to them, we say that someone is scolding me, or you or him, hitting me, or you or him. This is so much trouble. If we have no self, the me and mine, and no attachment to body, mind, or anything else, then when someone scolds us, we can treat the criticism as if a song were being sung for us. For example, you all sang a song at the airport today. I didn't even know what the song was, but I said, "Very good, very good." If you can treat a scolding as if it were a song and think, he's praising me, then you'd save yourself a lot of grief and affliction. Since the Bodhisattva has successfully cultivated patience, he is endowed with limitless bodies. The sutra only mentions a few of them, but in actuality, the Bodhisattva has limitless, boundless bodies that pervade space and the Dharma realm. One could never finish speaking of them. Thus, the first version of the Flower Adornment Sutra alone contains verses equal in number to the Dutchmost in 10 great trichiliocosms. See how many that is. Now we are lecturing on the smallest version of a sutra, and it still has 81 chapters and very many verses, perhaps 100,000 verses. All of us should understand what patience is. As I often say, patience is a priceless treasure many lose or misperceive. Make it yours, and who can measure all the good you then achieve? Students of Buddha Dharma must learn patience. We must endure what others cannot endure, bear what others cannot bear, eat what others cannot eat, and yield what others cannot yield. You must truly practice this, not merely talk about it. As it is said, Bodhisattvas fear the cause, not its effect. Ordinary people fear the result, but not its cause. To what extent are Bodhisattvas afraid of blunting the causes? At the formative stage of cultivation, they are very careful not to blunt undesirable causes by mistake. When it comes time to undergo the consequences, the Bodhisattvas accept them gladly. Ordinary people, on the other hand, blunt causes without fear. They casually commit murder, set fires, scold, and abuse others. When it's time to bear the retribution, however, they become afraid and complain, "Oh, why must I suffer so? Why is my life so hard?" Since they planted the causes in the past, they must bear the corresponding retribution now. For example, the world at present is filled with dangerous situations. These are retributions resulting from negative karma that sentient beings have created in the past due to their delusion. Failing to understand the principle of cause and effect, They struggle against the results of their own doing. The more they fight, the deeper the enmity. Be sure to remember that as students of the Buddha Dharma, we should avoid contending with others at all costs. We should take our losses and then forget about them. By taking a loss, we actually gain some advantage. We should not fight with anyone. Sutra. He attains a body that reaches all places, since his pure eyes perceive impartially without hindrance. He attains a body free from desires, since he knows that all dharmas neither unite nor separate. He attains a body as boundless as the void, since he has a treasury of blessings and virtue as inexhaustible as the void. He attains a body endowed with impartial eloquence based in the infinite and perpetual Dharma nature, because he knows that the marks of all dharmas are just a single mark, and that their nature is no nature like the void. Commentary. In cultivating the Bodhisattva path, the Bodhisattva acquires a body capable of myriad changes and transformations. He attains a body that reaches all places. The Bodhisattva can send the transformation bodies to any place with which he has affinities, and to places as large as the Buddha land or as small as a mote of dust, even the finest mote of dust bordering on nothingness. The Bodhisattva is able to do this since his pure eyes perceive impartially without hindrance. The Bodhisattva has attained the pure Dharma eye, the pure wisdom eye, the pure heavenly eye, and the pure flesh eye. What is meant by pure? It means having no defined thoughts, no deluded thoughts, and especially no thoughts of desire. Devoid of thoughts of desire, one attains the pure Dharma eye, which can see all the Dharma treasuries throughout space and the Dharma realm. People who have not attained the pure Dharma eye must read the printed texts of sutras. When you open the pure Dharma eye, however, you will see that empty space in the Dharma realm, and the Dharma realm are filled with places for awakening and Dharma treasures. You will also see infinitely many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in space throughout the 10 directions, all expounding the Dharma and lecturing the sutras for sentient beings. That is an inconceivable state. Not only are the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas expounding the Dharma and reciting the sutras, if we want to recite the sutras, we also can take in the reality underlying all dharmas at a glance. These abilities describe what's meant by pure eyes perceive impartially without hindrance. When you open your Dharma eye, you enter deeply into the sutra treasury and have wisdom like the sea. With no hindrances whatsoever, you can see through anything. Walls, mountains, or stones cannot block your vision. You can be on one side of a mountain and see what's on the other side. You can see what's on the other side of a wall. You also can read people's minds and know what deluded thoughts they are having. Although you know, you should not tell them, "I can read your mind." If you say that, no one will dare to draw near you, because they don't want you to know their ugly, unworthy thoughts. Thus, you must harmonize your light and mix with the dust, be the same as ordinary pupil, as Lao Tzu said. Harmonize your light, mix with the dust, blunt the sharpness, untangle the knots. Harmonize your light, be the same as everyone else, mix with the dust, don't reveal your purity. If others know you are pure and they feel that they are impure, they would be afraid to draw near you. It's like if you have a precious pearl, keep it in your bag, don't show it to others, saying, "See, my pearl is worth millions." When thieves see your treasure, they will surely find ways to steal it. If you have the pure Dharma eye, people cannot steal it from you, but they still can be jealous of you. They wonder, "Why don't I have that? I have left the home life and cultivated for so many years, eating only one meal a day. Why do you have that ability and I don't?" Their envy disturbs their minds so much that they cannot be at peace whether sitting or standing. At night, they toss and turn, unable to figure out whether they are jealous or obstructive or what. Thus you must appear to be the same as others. This is to harmonize your light mixed with the dust. Blunt the sharpness, hide your wisdom, don't let it show. Untangle the knots, in that way you avoid contention. Since people think you are the same as them, they will not be jealous or obstructive. The previous line in the sutra described how the Bodhisattva attains a body that goes everywhere he wishes because he has a pure Dharma eye. The next line puts it even more clearly. He attains a body free from desires. The primary desire is that of lust, sexual desire. It is the root of birth and death. Why do we undergo birth and death and rebirth? It's because we have thoughts of lust. Once thoughts of lust are gone, birth and death come to an end. Some of you may say, I've severed all my sexual desires, I don't have them anymore. Are all your sexual desires really gone? Actually, they're still hidden inside. You just think they are gone because they can't detect them. The thoughts of lust in your eighth consciousness may be even more numerous than the motes of dust that make up Mount Tai. Even something as small as the mote of dust can accumulate gradually and form something large over time. However, since you don't realize this, you think all of your lustful thoughts are gone, yet these bad habits are still latent. If they were really all gone, there would be proof. What proof? When such a person walks, his feet do not touch the ground. His feet may seem to be on the ground, but they actually don't touch it. Thus, he doesn't make any sound when he walks, unlike us when we go banging up the wooden stairs, thumpity thump, especially those of us who wear leather shoes. It sounds just like horses walking on concrete with their horse shoes, clip clop, clip clop. Being free from desires means not producing a single thought. When all thoughts of lust are gone, you become so light that when you walk, it's like floating on air. You may be thinking, sometimes I see the Master walking as if floating on air. Has he left all desires? No, that's when I'm drunk. When I'm sober, I walk the same as you. Master, you drink alcohol. Not only that, I also smoke. Then you're the same as us. You think, that's right, I drink the wine of prana and smoke the cigarettes of wisdom. The more I smoke, the more energy I have. That energy is wisdom. Wisdom can transform into spiritual powers. Some people say that I have spiritual powers. Well, I got them from smoking. Having removed all desires, there's nothing to be gotten at. One neither drinks nor smokes. One neither drinks nor smokes, but don't take me as an example of one who is free from desires. My desires is diminished, but not totally gone. If they were all gone, I would have risen to the heavens long ago. Since I haven't risen to the heavens, I have yet to attain a body free from desires. The Bodhisattva has a body free from desires since he knows that all dharmas neither unite nor separate. This knowledge is very natural, not at all artificial or forced. The words unite and separate have various interpretations, but I don't want to say too much for fear of confusing people. Woman, you are not confusing us. Venerable Master, then how would you interpret those words? I'll tell you my explanation. To unite means to get married. To separate means to get divorced. For people who are free from desires, neither marriage nor divorce exists. For them, everything's okay. Do you understand? That's all there is to it. The Buddha Dharma is right next to you, not 108,000 miles away. What's the point of explaining the Buddha Dharma so abstractly that it becomes useless? When I explain sutras, I talk about nothing but eating, wearing clothes, and sleeping, i.e. our daily lives. If you are clear about those principles, you can realize awakening and become a sage. If you aren't clear about those principles, then you are muddled when you come and muddled when you depart, covered by a blanket of confusion when you die at the end of a muddled life. On top of that, you don't understand any sutras you may want to understand, but my lectures are confusing, so you can't. That's why I'm telling you the plain truth now. That's what it's all about. He attains a body as boundless as the void, since he has a treasury of blessings and virtue as inexhaustible as the void. The Bodhisattva attains a boundless body, since he has accumulated a treasury of blessings, merit, and virtue as limitless as the void. He attains a body endowed with impartial eloquence based in the infinite and perpetual Dharma nature. The Dharma nature is fundamentally equal. His eloquence is unobstructed. He can come up with reasons where there are none. He is an eloquent speaker and a skillful debater, because he knows that the marks of all dharmas are just a single mark. What is this single mark? It is markless and quiescent. And he knows that their nature is no nature, like the void. Dharmas take no nature as their nature. Basically, there is no dharmas to speak of. They are like the void. Sutra, he attains a body of measureless and unobstructed sound, because he is unobstructed like the void. He attains a body endowed with all skillful, pure bodhisattva practices, because he is unhindered in all places like the void. He attains a body of the successive continuity of the oceans of all Buddha dharmas, because like the void, it cannot be brought to an end. He attains a body that can display limitless Buddha lands in every Buddha land, since he is free from greed and attachment and is boundless like the void. He attains a body that can display all sovereign dharmas without rest, for he resembles the void and the ocean in their boundlessness. He attains a body of all indestructible and solid strengths as a result of sustaining all worlds like the void. He attains the body endowed with keen faculties and as strong and indestructible as Vara, because like the void, he cannot be burned by any of the karmic fires. He attains the body with the strength to uphold the entire world as a result of having power of wisdom like the void. Commentary: the Bodhisattva attains a body as impartial as the void. He also attains a body of measureless and unobstructed sound. You could say that his body is measureless and unobstructed, or that his sound is. Why? Because he is unobstructed like the void. Nothing can obstruct his body and sound, because he is void-like and free from attachments. He also attains a body endowed with all skillful, pure bodhisattva practices, because he is unhindered in all places like the void. No matter where he is, nothing can obstruct him. He regards his body as being like space. He attains the body of successive continuity of the oceans of all Buddha dharmas, because like the void, it cannot be brought to an end. He attains a body that can display limitless Buddha lands in every Buddha land, since he is free from greed and attachment, and is boundless like the void. Like space, he has no greed, no attachment, and no boundaries. He attains a body that can display all sovereign dharmas without rest, for he resembles the void and the ocean in their boundlessness. All dharmas appear very naturally without cease. Why doesn't the Bodhisattva need any rest? Why is he so carefree? It is because he has no limits. He attains the body of all indestructible and solid strengths, as solid as and indestructible as Vara, and therefore powerful. The Bodhisattva attains this body as the result of sustaining all worlds like the void. Although the void is empty, it upholds all worlds. He attains a body endowed with keen faculties, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, and as strong, bright, sharp, and indestructible as Vara, because like the void, he cannot be burned by any of the karmic fires. None of the three disasters, the 8 difficulties, or the calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind can destroy the wood. Fire cannot burn the wood, and wind cannot blow it away. Even the fires can burn at the end of Kampa cannot harm the wood. This is because there is nothing at all in the wood. He attains a body with the strength to uphold the entire world as a result of having power of wisdom like the void. His power of wisdom is like space. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. These are the 10 kinds of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha, which includes all of you. These are the 10 kinds of patience of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. These are the 10 practices of patience of great Bodhisattvas. Sutra. At that time, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva Mahasattva, wishing to restate the meaning of his teachings, spoke the following verses. Commentary. At that time, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, wishing to restate the meaning of his teachings, spoke the following verses. He used verses to further clarify the principles. This chapter of the Flower Adornment Sutra is called the 10 Patiences. Before people have encountered any trying circumstances, they say they can be patient and yield to others. When certain situations arise, however, they fail to recognize these states and are unable to be patient or yield. Instead, they run down the path of ignorance. The more they run, the farther they stray from the truth. As a result, their wisdom fails to manifest. China is an agricultural nation. Most people are farmers. They know they must plant the fields before they can reap the harvest. It would not be possible to harvest anything without having done the work of planting. Similarly, how do we plant our fields of blessings? We start to do various good deeds. When we have done many good deeds, small problems naturally take care of themselves. In coming to this country to propagate the Buddha Dharma, I have never told you the advantages of attending Sutra lectures. The reason you listen to Sutra lecture is to understand principles you didn't understand before. Then, based on those principles you learn, you can begin to make progress. Once we understand the principles, we ought to take Buddhism more seriously and constantly consider how we can support Buddhism so that it develops and flourishes day by day. You should do this not only with Buddhism, but with other religions. Work diligently for the well-being of all citizens. Don't create any scandal. If you cause trouble and your parents hear of it, they will certainly be heartbroken. When you are not mature enough or have not developed your wisdom, you ought to go to places of learning to learn what you don't know. Once you learn some principles, you must put them into practice. However, it takes time to truly learn the principles. By analogy, you can simply plant seeds in the ground and then neglect them. If you neglect them, they will not turn out well. You must protect them and give them food and water. Every day we study the Buddha Dharma in San Francisco, yet none of you are aware of its benefits. When someone who has never heard the Buddha Dharma happens to hear it once, he or she finds it inconceivable, for it encompasses all principles. Let us gather the principles for all religions to study and compare them. Let us learn from other strong points to make up for our shortcomings. Let all religions help one another to flourish. We should never say to a person of another religion, Buddhism is the best. Buddhism should advocate all religions. We should promote all religions by following the principle. We proceed together without hindering each other. If you asked me my religion, I would say, mine is the religion of truth. It is the religion of human beings. It is the religion of sentient beings. It is the religion of everyone. All sentient beings can become humans, and all humans can become Buddhas. Thus, Buddhism can also be called the religion of human beings and the religion of sentient beings. We don't have to limit ourselves by insisting that we are Buddhists. Buddhism pervades all of space and the Dharma realm. We also acknowledge all religions as Buddhism. Other religions may not see it that way, but that's their business. We ought to expand our hearts to encompass all that exists within space and the Dharma realm, because it is all the manifestation of truth. Therefore, we should not discriminate between our religion and other religions. They may want to distinguish themselves from us, but we will not distinguish ourselves from them. That's how we should go about it. Sutra. Take, for example, a person in the world who learns of the sight of a treasure trove. The prospect of uncovering it is cause of great joy in his heart. That is what happens when the greatly wise Bodhisattva, true principle of the Buddha, encounters the Dharma of all Buddhas, which is profound, tranquil, and markless. Upon hearing this profound Dharma, his mind is set at peace, free from panic and terror, free from every fear. Commentary. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, in speaking his verse, makes another analogy. Take, for example, a person in the world who learns of the size of a treasure trove. Suppose there is a person in the world who hears of a treasure trove. If he were to discover it, he would be extremely rich. The prospect of uncovering it is cause of great joy in his heart. Knowing that he has the opportunity to find that treasure trove, he is delighted. That is what happens when the greatly wise Bodhisattva, true principle of the Buddha, who hears and encounters the Dharma of all Buddhas, which is profound, tranquil, and markless. Such Dharma is unsurpassed, profound, tranquil, and free from marks. Upon hearing this profound Dharma of Brahma wisdom, his mind is set at peace, free from panic and terror, and free from every fear. Upon hearing that the Dharma is profound, he is not alarmed. Upon hearing that it is wonderful, he is not afraid. Free from fear, he is able to enter deeply the Sutra treasury and have wisdom like the sea. Sutra. The great knight in quest of Bodhi hears this extensive sound. With a mind pure and patient, he is free of doubt in this regard. Mindful of the Dharma he has heard, in all its profound, subtle wonder, he is bound to accomplish all wisdom and be a great teacher for humans and gods. The Buddha who hears this sound rejoices in his heart and brings forth a resolute vow to seek the Dharma of all Buddhas. Through his delight for Bodhi, his mind is gradually subdued and his faith made to grow. He neither opposes nor disparages the Dharma. Hence, when he hears this sound, in his mind patience takes root, wherein he dwells without wavering to cultivate the Bodhisattva's practices. Commentary. The great knight refers to the great Bodhisattva. He is also known as the knight with a great resolve. A sentient being with a great resolve for the path is also called a great knight. He is in quest of Bodhi. He has made the Bodhi resolve, is pursuing the path of Bodhi, and hopes to one day reap the Bodhi fruit. Bodhi is the path of enlightenment. It is attained when ignorance and afflictions are eradicated. In the Bodhisattva state, cultivating the profound and vast Dharma practice of the Bodhisattva path, he has this profound and extensive Dharma sound. With a mind pure and patient, he is free of doubt in this regard. When the Bodhisattva cultivates according to the 10 Patiences chapter, the most important requirement is that his mind is be pure and patient, able to endure this Dharma practice. He cannot have the tiniest doubt about this Dharma practice. mindful of the Dharma he has heard in all its profound, subtle wonder. He recollects and investigates the unsurpassed, profound, subtle, inconceivable, and wonderful Dharma he has heard. When he cultivates the Dharma of extensive patience and resolves to attain unsurpassed Bodhi, the path of enlightenment, he is bound to accomplish all wisdom and become a Buddha, and he will be a great guide and teacher for humans and gods. That is, he will be the same as a Buddha, who is a teacher and model for humans and gods. The Bodhisattva who hears this unsurpassed, profound, wonderful sound rejoices with reverence in his heart and brings forth a most resolute vow to seek the Dharma of all Buddhas. He wishes to pursue the subtle, wonderful Dharma spoken by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Through his delight for Bodhi, the path of enlightenment, his mind is gradually subdued. His thoughts of obstinacy, meanness, and rebelliousness are tamed, and his faith made to grow day by day. He neither opposes nor disparages the Dharma. He cultivates in accord with the Dharma. He would not defy or slander the Buddha Dharma. Hence, when he hears this Dharma sound, in his mind patience takes root. His mind develops a patient attitude wherein he dwells within wavering to cultivate the Bodhisattva's practices. He abides steadily in the state of patience and cultivates the Bodhisattva path, the 6 paramitas and the myriad practices. Sutra. In his quest for Bodhi, he focuses his cultivation on its path, vigorous and never retreating. He dismisses no beneficial restraints. Seeking the path of Bodhi, his mind is free from fear. Hearing the Dharma, he grows more vigorous in presenting offerings to the Buddhas to delight them. Commentary. In his quest for the unsurpassed Bodhi, he, the great Bodhisattva who cultivates the Bodhisattva path, focuses his cultivation on its path, the path of enlightenment. Constantly and at all times, he is brave, vigorous, and never retreating from Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi, and he dismisses no beneficial restraints. The Chinese character for restraint literally means the yoke that oxen wear when they pull carts. There are many yokes that, once put over your head, prevent you from turning back and retreating. Similarly, the Bodhisattva advances forward fearlessly and vigorously. At all times, one finds the Bodhisattva seeking the path of Bodhi, the path of enlightenment, being vigorous day and night. His mind is free from fear. He only advances, never regresses. The great length and difficulty of the path to Buddhahood does not daunt him. Hearing the Dharma spoken by all Buddhas, he grows more vigorous in presenting offerings to the Buddhas to delight them. The Bodhisattva constantly goes to all lands in the 10 directions and makes offerings to all the Buddhas there, causing them to rejoice. Sutra. Just as a person of great blessings who acquires a treasury of fine gold, carries the gold with him, fashioning it into ornaments. In the same way, the Bodhisattva, hearing the Dharma's profound meaning, ponders it, expanding his oceanic wisdom, and cultivates the Dharma of compliance. He understands to accord with the existence of Dharmas. He understands to accord with the non-existence of Dharmas. In this way, he tolerates with every Dharma, thus achieving an understanding of all Dharmas. Commentary. Just as a person of great blessings who acquires a treasury of fine gold, carries the precious gold with him, fashioning it into assorted ornaments, and vessels. In the same way, the Bodhisattva, hearing the Dharma's profound meaning, ponders it and cultivates according to the Dharma, thus expanding his oceanic wisdom, and cultivates the Dharma practice of compliance with sentient beings. He understands to accord with the existence of Dharmas. He understands that Dharmas have appearances. He understands to accord with the non-existence of dharmas. He also understands that dharmas have no appearances. In this way, he toils with every dharma and cultivates in accordance with them, thus achieving an understanding of all dharmas. He awakens to patience with a state of mind in which no mental objects arise. Being in accord with all dharmas, he comprehends the reality of all dharmas, i.e., he sees things as they really are. Sutra, accomplishing the pure mind, brings thorough understanding and great joy. Knowing that dharmas arise from conditions, he cultivates with diligent zeal. Impartially contemplating all dharmas, he comes to know their inherent nature. Not opposing the treasury of Buddha Dharma, he awakens universally to all dharmas, constantly fortifying his resolve with joy. He thereby purifies and adorns the Buddha's Bodhi, immovable as Mount Sumeru. He single-mindedly quests for right enlightenment. Commentary, accomplishing the pure mind. How can this be done? By cultivating the 6 paramitas and myriad practices of the Bodhisattva path. The 6 paramitas are giving, morality, patience, vigor, dhyana, concentration, and wisdom. The myriad practices includes all dharma, i.e., methods of practice leading to enlightenment that benefit other sentient beings. By cultivating the 6 paramitas and myriad practices, you can perfect the purity of the mind, and that brings thorough understanding and great joy. When your mind clearly understands and fathoms everything, you feel great joy. This great happiness stems from thorough understanding. Knowing that all dharmas arise from causes and conditions, one understands that they are empty. However, one should not be attached to emptiness. Rather, one should cultivate with diligent zeal. Zeal implies a lack of fear and trepidation. It also implies vigor and perseverance. One cannot be zealous one day and slack off the next. One must be diligent and jealous, minute after minute, hour after hour, day after day, month after month, and year after year. Diligent is the opposite of lazy, and you should not be lazy with respect to what? Cultivation. Impartially contemplate the reality underlying all dharmas. He comes to know their inherent nature. Not opposing the treasury of Buddha Dharma, he awakens universally to all dharmas. The Bodhisattva perfects the Dharma of thoroughly understanding all dharmas, constantly fortifying his resolve with joy. So he is always happy and determined. He thereby purifies and adorns with the Buddha's path of Bodhi, immovable and steady as Mount Sumeru. He cultivates the Bodhisattva path and single-mindedly quests for the unsurpassed, proper, equal, and right enlightenment. The Bodhisattva cultivates this unsurpassed Dharma in order to realize Buddhahood. Sutra. With vigorous resolve, he cultivates the path of Samadhi. Through measureless eons of diligent practice, he never retreats or falters. The Dharma of the Bodhisattva enters is what is practiced by the Buddhas. Comprehending this principle, his mind never grows weary or lax. As the peerless one taught, he regards all dharmas impartially, bearing everything equally with patience. He is able to achieve the wisdom of impartiality. Following what the Buddhas taught, he accomplishes the Dharma of patience, understanding the dharmas in accord with thusness. He does not differentiate among them. Commentary. With a courageous and vigorous resolve, he cultivates the path of Samadhi, the path of proper concentration and proper reception. Through measureless eons of diligent practice up to the present moment, he never retreats or falters along the path to the unsurpassed, proper, equal, and right enlightenment. The Dharma the Bodhisattva enters is what is practiced by the Buddhas. The Dharma gateways entered by the Bodhisattva are precisely the Buddha's work. Comprehending this principle, this Dharma, his mind never grows weary or lax. He would never doze off during a sutra lecture. The reason you would feel tired and doze off is that you don't realize the importance of seeking the Dharma. If you understood how important it is to seek the Dharma, you would not be affected by drowsiness or laziness. As the peerless one, the Buddha taught, he regards all dharmas impartially. The Buddha taught all sentient beings to view all dharmas as equal, bearing everything equally with patience. He is able to achieve wisdom of impartiality. The Buddha also taught us the patience of bearing everything equally. Once we can bear what we deem unbearable, we can attain the wisdom of impartiality. Following what the Buddhas taught, following the principles of their teaching, he accomplishes the Dharma of patience. Understanding the Dharmas in accord with thirstness, there is but one thirstness, not two. When one is thirst, all are thirst. When all are thirst, nothing is not thirst. Thirstness implies that you are at ease with everything and everything is just right. When one understands thirstness, nothing is artificial or forced. He differentiates not among them. Within the Dharma of thirstness, there are basically no distinctions. Sutra in the heaven of the 33. All the celestial princes share a single vessel of food, yet every prince's food tastes different. The various foods that are eaten do not come from the 10 directions. According to the karma of their consideration, these foods naturally appear in the vessel. A similar thing happens to bodhisattvas as they contemplate all dharmas, which arise from causes and conditions, yet do not come into being or cease to be. Commentary. In the heaven of the 33, Chayashimsha heaven, all the celestial princes share a single vessel of food. They eat from the same dish or plate, yet every prince's food tastes different. In what way is the food different? For those who like sweet food, the food tastes sweet. For those fond of sour food, the food tastes sour. For those who prefer bitter food, the food has a bitter taste. For those who like hot, spicy food, the food tastes hot and spicy. The food has whatever flavor the celestial being prefers. It is not like in the human world, where we have to season our food. If we season it well, the food can be delicious. If we season it poorly, it doesn't taste so good. Celestial beings don't have to season their food. Their food naturally suits their individual tastes. The various foods that are eaten do not come from the worlds of the 10 directions. According to the karma of their consideration, these foods naturally appear in the vessel. As a reward for the good karma they created, the celestial beings get to enjoy fine food. A similar thing happens to bodhisattvas as they contemplate all dharmas which arise from causes and conditions, yet do not come into being or cease to be. Since there is no coming into being, there is no ceasing to be. This teaching is very natural, not at all forced. Sutra, since they do not cease to be, they have no end. Since they have no end, they are free of defilement. Thus, regarding to ever-changing worldly dharmas, the Bodhisattva knows them to be beyond change. Without change, there is no location. Without a location, there is quiescence. With his mind undefined by attachments, he vows to liberate all sentient beings. Concentrating on the Buddha Dharma, he is never distracted or moved. With a heart of compassionate vows, he acts expediently in the world. Commentary. Since all dharmas are not produced, they do not perish. Since they do not cease to be, they have no end. If they are never destroyed, how could they have an end? Since they have no end, they are free of defilement. Thus, regarding the ever-changing worldly dharmas that are subject to formation, dwelling, decay, and emptiness, The Bodhisattva knows them to be beyond change. The Bodhisattva understands that they are unreal. Being unreal, how could they change? Without change, there is no location. Without a location, there is only quiescence. With his mind undefined by attachments, he vows to liberate all sentient beings. Within that quiescence, the Bodhisattva's mind is free from defilements and attachments. The Bodhisattva's only intention is to liberate sentient beings from suffering so they can attain happiness and to help them end birth and death. Concentrating on the Buddha Dharma, never is he distracted or moved. The Bodhisattva cherishes the Buddha Dharma. The Buddha Dharma is neither produced nor destroyed, neither defined nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Thus it neither scatters nor moves. With a heart of greatly compassionate vows, he acts expediently in the world. With a heart of great compassion, the Bodhisattva uses expedient means to teach and transform all sentient beings in the world so that they may leave suffering and attain happiness. Sutra. Diligent in his quest for the 10 powers, he abides in the world but does not dwell, neither going nor coming. He expediently and skillfully espouses the Dharma. This patience is supreme. Understanding that dharmas are endless, he enters the true Dharma realm without actually answering anything. Commentary. Why does the Bodhisattva cultivate the Bodhisattva path with such vigor? It is because he is diligent in his quest for the 10 powers of the Buddhas. He abides in the world but does not dwell. He is both of this world and not of this world. At this level of his cultivation, the Bodhisattva attains the state of neither going nor coming. He expediently and skillfully espouses the Dharma. All the Dharma he speaks is expediently aimed at liberating sentient beings. This paramita of patience is supreme. Understanding that dharmas are endless, he enters the true Dharma realm. The Bodhisattva understands that dharmas are infinite, and he certifies to the principle of the true Dharma realm without actually answering anything. In actuality, there is no certification and no entry. Sutra. The Bodhisattva dwelling in this patience universally sees all thirst come ones, simultaneously bestowing a prediction upon him. This is called being offered a position by the Buddhas. Comprehending that dharmas in the 3 periods of time are characterized by stillness and purity, he is able to transform sentient beings and set them in a wholesome path. Commentary. The Bodhisattva dwelling in this patience, in the state of patience with the state of mind in which no mental objects arise, universally sees all thirst come ones, simultaneously bestowing a prediction upon him. All Buddhas throughout the 10 directions bestow a prediction upon the Bodhisattva at the same time. This is called being offered a position by the Buddhas. This is the position in which one works for the Buddhas. Comprehending that dharmas in the 3 periods of time, past, present, and future, are characterized by stillness and purity, he is able to transform sentient beings in all places and at all times, and set them in a wholesome path. He enables them to dwell in a good path. Sutra. All the various dharmas in the world are nothing more than illusions. Once the Bodhisattva can understand them thus, his mind will not be swayed. All karma is born from the mind, but since the mind is said to be like an illusion, if one leaves these discriminations, all paths of existence will be extinguished. The mind is like a magician who conjures up every image, causing the crowd to crave them with delight. Ultimately, there is nothing there. Commentary. All the various dharmas in the world are nothing more than illusions. All worldly dharmas are illusory. Once the Bodhisattva can understand them thus, his mind will not be swayed. The Bodhisattva's inherent nature will be unshakable. All karma is born from the mind, but since the mind is said to be like an illusion, Since the human mind is illusory, if one leaves these false discriminations, all paths of existence will be extinguished. The 6 paths of rebirth, the 3 realms, and the 25 planes of existence will be evident for what they are. The mind is like a magician who conjures up every kind of unreal image. He creates these images, causing the crowd to crave them with delight. The magician merely stimulates everyone's greed for sight. Ultimately, there is nothing there. Those states are illusory and unreal. Their existence cannot be substantiated. Sutra. The world is also thus. All things are illusions, without a nature or an origin, in spite of their manifold appearances. The Bodhisattva liberates sentient beings, leading them to realize that dharmas are illusory. Beings are no different from illusions. Once illusion is understood, there are no beings. Sentient beings, countries, and all dharmas in the 3 periods of time are, without exception, no more than illusions. The mind conjures up illusory men and women, elephants, horses, oxen, sheep, cottages, pools, springs, and such, groves, flowers, fruits, and the like. These illusory things have no sentience, nor any place where they dwell. Characterized by ultimate creations, they manifest in response to discriminations. The Bodhisattva in this way contemplates all in the world, all dharmas conditioned and unconditioned. He understands to be illusory. Sentient beings and lands are created by various kinds of karma, answering the illusion-like realm. The Bodhisattva relies on and attaches to nothing. Commentary. Just as a magician conjures up illusory images, the world is also thus. All things are illusions. All worldly phenomena are unreal, as if conjured up by a magician. They are without a nature or an origin, in spite of their manifold appearances, lacking an independent or intrinsic nature of their own. All worldly dharmas are not subject to production and destruction. Nevertheless, they manifest in myriad forms. Through the use of various expedient means, the Bodhisattva liberates sentient beings, leading them to realize that dharmas are illusory. Beings are no different from illusions. Sentient beings are themselves illusory transformations. Once illusion is understood, there are no beings. Once you understand that all is illusory and unreal, how can you still be attached to the notion of sentient beings? All sentient beings, countries of Buddhas, and all dharmas in the 3 periods of time, including the dharma spoken by Buddhas of the past, present, and future, are without exception no more than illusions. They have no essential nature of their own. Like a magician, the mind conjures up illusory men and women, elephants, horses, oxen, sheep, cottages, houses, pools, springs, and such, groves, gardens, flowers, fruits, and the like. These illusory things have no sentience, nor any place where they dwell, since they are mere illusions. These unreal phenomena are characterized by ultimate creations. They manifest in response to discriminations. According to the time, place, and circumstances, these distinct forms manifest. The Bodhisattva in this way manifests these distinct states and contemplates all in the world. He manifests a myriad of transformation bodies in all worlds, all dharmas, conditioned or unconditioned. He understands to be illusory and unreal. Sentient beings and lands are created by various kinds of karma. The entire material world, with its mountains, rivers, lands, buildings, sentient beings, and countries, is a manifestation of karma. Some countries prosper, while others are in decline. Some nations fail, while others have virtuous and kind citizens. All of these phenomena are results of delusion and karma. They are retributions brought on by the strength of karma. Entering the illusion-like dream, of the samadhi of perceiving all as illusions. The Bodhisattva relies on and attaches to nothing. Since everything is illusory, the Bodhisattva relies upon nothing and clings to nothing. Sutra. Attaining skillful means in this way. The Bodhisattva is tranquil and free from sophistry, dwelling on the ground of non-obstruction. He universally displays magnificent might. Courageous disciples of the Buddha comply with and enter the wonderful Dharma, deftly observe how every thought traps and entangles one in the world. The myriad thoughts resemble mirages, causing beings to be confused. The Bodhisattva recognizes the true nature of thoughts and leaves all confusion far behind. Commentary. Attaining skillful means in this way, through non-attachment, the Bodhisattva is tranquil, unmoved, and free from sophistry, dwelling on the ground of perfectly fused non-obstruction. He universally displays the Bodhisattva's magnificent spiritual might. Courageous disciples of the Buddha comply with and enter the samadhi of perceiving all as illusions and certify through all the wonderful Dharma, deftly observe how every discursive thought traps and entangles one in the world like a net, so one cannot get free. The myriad discursive thoughts resemble mirages, appearing to exist from afar, but disappearing when one draws near, causing beings to be confused. Such thoughts create confused interpretations and deluded ideas in sentient beings. The Bodhisattva recognizes the true nature of thoughts and leaves all confusion far behind. Recognizing discursive thoughts for what they are, the Bodhisattva does not entertain them. He stops giving rise to confusion and attachments. Sutra. Sentient beings are each distinct. Their forms and kinds are not the same. Realize that everything comes from thought. There is no reality to anything. Commentary. Sentient beings are each distinct. Their forms and kinds are not the same. There are different species of sentient beings, and within the same species, each individual is unique. In the human race, for instance, there are people of different skin color, yellow, white, black, and red, corresponding to distinct ethnic groups. Actually, each member of the human race has a unique appearance. Even identical twins are not exactly the same. Each person's features are distinct. Moving to the animal realm, horses, oxen, sheep, chicken, dogs, and pigs all differ from one another, and within each kind of animal there are also differences. Horses come in a number of varieties, as do cattle, pigs, etc. Indeed, within every species of sentient being, there are different types and forms. Realize that everything comes from thought. Why are there different kinds of sentient beings? It's because sentient beings have different thoughts. Thoughts can be compared to specks of dust in the air. In the sunlight, you can see the individual dust motes dancing up and down, drifting north, south, east, or west. Each dust mote travels its own path. Our thoughts are the same way. Some people's thoughts drift south, others' thoughts tend northward. Still others have thoughts leading east or west, up or down. Magnanimous, hurted people tend to ascend, petty-minded folk head downwards. Think it over. Don't our thoughts drift and wander like motes of dust bobbing in the air? One who thinks of getting rich all the time is infatuated with money. Some are intoxicated with the idea of political power. Others fantasize about making a fortune in the business world. Even scholars are confused by their books and turn into pedants or bookworms that bore millions of holes in books. Farmers are preoccupied with making a fortune from their crops. They think of planting peanuts and monopolizing the peanut market, or planting cotton and becoming the cotton king. All those are cases of delusion leading to attachment. If people don't break such attachments, they will never understand things as they really are and will remain muddled till they die. How pitiful! Thoughts are as cloudy as motes of dust, and since people's thoughts are different, their appearance is also different. The content of their thoughts in past lives determines their present futures. If you wished to look like a ghost in a previous life, in this life you look like a ghost. If you preferred to look like a human in this life, you have a human form. If in the past life you thought being a pig isn't bad, in this life you become a pig. Perhaps you wanted to be a dog in America, thinking the dogs in America have a better life than some people. These dogs get hugged and petted by their owners, who love them more than anything. If you envy the life of an American dog, you might just become one. But it might turn out that your owner gets tired of you and doesn't love you that much. You never know. Our deluded thoughts have accumulated over millions of aeons. We are not talking about the thoughts of one lifetime. We have been immersed in deluded thoughts life after life over infinite aeons. You should realize that after engaging in such thoughts over a long period of time, you will fall. The Suragama Sutra very clearly describes the four kinds of birth from wombs, eggs, moisture, and transformation. The womb born come from emotion. They are born from the love between men and women. Love produces love, which gives rise to more love in life after life without end. This cycle of love and procreation continues uninterrupted. The egg born come from thought. When a mother hen lays on her eggs, she thinks, my chicks are just about to hatch. They are coming out soon. She thinks that day after day, and as the result, her chicks indeed hatch. The moisture born come from combination, that is, what is moist combines with what is dry to produce such type of birth. The transformation born come from separation, these beings separate from their original substance, that is, they evolve or transform into something different. For example, some insects transform into birds, and birds also can change into insects. One species transforms into another. When you understand that everything comes from thought, then you realize that there is no reality to anything. In this world, people contend for fame and profit and pursue wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep, but none of that is real. Such individuals are born muddled and die in a state of confusion, without understanding anything in between. No matter how smart you are not free to determine your own birth and death. Why do people cultivate the path? They want to liberate themselves from birth and death. Thus they must understand that there is no reality to the discursive thoughts that generate worldly phenomena. Sutra. Sentient beings in the 10 directions are all obscured by their thoughts. If they could renounce confused perceptions, all worldly thoughts could cease to be. Commentary. Sentient beings in the 10 directions. Those who have not heard the sutras being explained before may say, why are there 10 directions? I've only heard of 4 directions or 8 directions. I tell you what the 10 directions are. North, South, East, and West are the 4 cardinal directions. Southwest, Southeast, Northwest, Northeast are the 4 intermediate points. Together they make 8 directions at the zenith and nadir, above and below, and that makes 10 directions. Sentient beings refers not only to human beings, but to all creatures endowed with blood and breath. Sentient beings are all obscured by their false mixed up thoughts. The more intelligent they are, the less obscured you are by these false thoughts. If they could renounce confused perceptions, their confused views, all worldly thoughts would cease to be. Views or perceptions are subtler than thoughts. Once you abandon your confused views, your deluded thoughts about this world will vanish. This is easier said than done. Sutra. All beings in the world resemble marriages. They vary only according to thoughts. Knowing that the world is based on thoughts, one departs from the three kinds of confusion. Take the analogy of the marriage on a hot day. Most people perceive it as water. In actuality, there is no water at all, and the wise do not seek water there. For sentient beings, it is that way too. Their mundane inclinations are marriages, figments of their minds, yet the state of their minds is unobstructed. As one transcends thoughts, one also abandons fallacious arguments. When one becomes able to liberate those who foolishly cling to thoughts, removed from arrogance, devoid of worldly thoughts, one dwells in the realm both finite and infinite. These are a Bodhisattva's experience. Commentary. All beings in the sentient world resemble marriages in springtime. From afar, there seems to be a hazy, whitish expanse of water, but when one gets closer and looks, there is nothing there. The thoughts of sentient beings are likened to marriages. They are ultimately unreal. They vary only according to thoughts. The myriad species of sentient beings in the world are manifestations of our discursive and deluded thoughts. In the absence of these erroneous thoughts, such states would not exist. These distorted mental processes account for the various types of beings. Knowing that the world is based on thoughts, the Bodhisattva knows that all sentient beings are attached to thoughts. Thoughts can be coarse or subtle. For example, wishful thinking is a subtle thought. Irrational thoughts and thoughts of impossible dreams are coarse thoughts. When one realizes that everything in the world is created from thoughts, and that all beings dwell in and are attached to their thoughts, one departs from the three kinds of confusion. The Master asks a disciple, "What are the three kinds of confusion?" Disciple. The first is confused thinking, as when one engages in false thinking. The second is confused views, and the third is a confused mind. The mind here refers to the eighth consciousness. That's correct. The Bodhisattva departs from the three kinds of confusion: confusion of thoughts, views, and mind. Take the analogy of a marriage on a hot spring day. Most people perceive it as water. They see it and think it is water. In actuality, there is no water at all, as they discover when they get closer, and the wise do not seek water there. People with wisdom know that the marriage is but an illusion of water. Thus, they do not expect to find water there. For sentient beings, it is that way too. Just like marriages, their mundane inclinations and desires are marriages, figments of their minds seeming to exist, but actually non-existent. Yet the state of their minds is unobstructed. If one can clearly recognize discursive thoughts for what they really are and is not confused or obstructed by them, one can realize the state of the unobstructed mind. As one transcends all deluded thoughts, one also abandons fallacious arguments. In the absence of sophistry, only truth remains. When one becomes able to liberate those who foolishly cling to discursive thoughts and trace after illusory states, out of great compassion, the Bodhisattva leads sentient beings laden with false thoughts through the Dharma door to liberation. Removed from arrogance, devoid of worldly thoughts, in cultivation one must leave behind all thoughts of arrogance. Unfortunately, most people are incapable of letting go of their own ego. They harbor a kind of self-conceit that makes them look down on their teachers and the Dharma. Only by leaving arrogance far behind can we cast out all deluded thoughts of this world. One dwells in the dream both finite and infinite, a state that is endless and inexhaustible. These are a Bodhisattva's experience. What is this called? The great Bodhisattva who cultivates the Bodhisattva conduct attains this expedient Dharma practice, dwelling where there is no dwelling, giving rise to a mind that dwells nowhere. Sutra. The Bodhisattva realizes that mundane dharmas are all like dreams, neither somewhere nor nowhere. Essentially, they are eternally quiescent. There are no distinctions among dharmas. Like dreams, they are not beyond the mind. In all worlds, in the three periods of time, everything is just that way. Dreams, in essence, neither arise nor perish. They have no direction or location. The three realms are all this way. One who sees this attains liberation of mind. Commentary. The Bodhisattva cultivates patience in perceiving all as dreams. Dreams are unreal states. Prophetic dreams, dreams that forecast the future, are another matter. Now the text is referring to dreams that are totally false and illusory. The great Bodhisattva who cultivates the Bodhisattva path realizes that mundane dharmas are all like dreams. If we were to view life as a dream, what would be there worth hankering after, attaching to, contending over, desiring, coveting, or clinging to? Dreams can neither be grasped nor renounced. You may want to grab hold of a dream to examine it, but it is intangible. You may say, I don't want to dream, but you can't control that either. Although dreams are false, they often disturb our true mind, for we are affected by our dreams. In addition, our lives are just like dreams, but we don't believe we are dreaming. If someone says, you are dreaming right now, you would not believe him. You think, I am making money in the business world, or I am acquiring knowledge through my education. You take everything seriously and think whatever you do is real, not believing it is all a dream. It is as if when you are dreaming, someone said to you, Mr. So-and-so, you are dreaming. You would certainly disbelieve the person, no matter who it was. However, when you wake up without needing anyone to tell you, you know for yourself that you had been dreaming. Likewise, before we become enlightened, we are all dreaming. However, if someone were to tell us life is a dream, we wouldn't believe him or her. Once we become enlightened, however, we will certainly realize that we were dreaming, even if no one tells us so. Take a look. We all think we're so intelligent and wise, yet we don't even realize that we are dreaming. What kind of intelligence and wisdom is that? Everything is but a dream. If you don't believe that, then go on and have a good dream. Neither somewhere nor nowhere. If you claim that dreams are real, can you locate them? They aren't anywhere to be found. They happen in my sleep, you say. Then can you find them when you go to sleep? However, if you claim that dreams have no location, then why do you appear to be in a specific location in your dream? In summary, dreams are not somewhere, since you can't find them. On the other hand, they are not nowhere, since a very complete state appears in dreams. Essentially, they are eternally quiescent. Can you find the real substance of a dream? Take a picture of it and show me. You can't do it now or in the future. How can you photograph the dream when you yourself are in dream? You are asleep, so of course you can't take a picture of your dream. Dreams are fundamentally quiescent. In other words, they are empty and non-existent. There are no distinctions among dharmas, which is how they resemble dreams. Like dreams, they are not beyond the mind. They are no different than the mind. In all worlds, in three periods of time, past, present, and future, everything is just that way. Everything resembles a dream. Dreams, in essence, neither arise nor perish. They have no direction or location. The three realms of existence, the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm, are all this way. One who sees this, who has this view and understanding, attains liberation of mind. Your eternal true mind and your pure, bright, inherent nature will be liberated from the influences of the six sense faculties and the six sense objects. This line is very clear and simple, but no one pays heed. It says that people are all dragged around by emotions and weighed down by desires. Previously, we talked about how worm-born beings come from emotion, egg-born beings come from thought, and mushroom-born beings result from combination, and transformation-born beings from separation. People are bound by emotional love and burdened by their desires for materialistic pleasures. Thus, they cannot be free. They go ahead and do things they know are wrong. Lao Tzu was right when he said, "All know what is fine, but they pursue the vile. All know what is good, but they pursue what is unwholesome." People know good deeds are praiseworthy, but they refuse to do them. They deliberately go against their conscience. No matter how long you have listened to sutra lectures and studied the Buddha Dharma, you must see through and renounce such habits before you can experience liberation. Sutra. Dreams are neither of the world nor apart from the world. When such duality is no longer delineated, one enters the ground of patience. In a dream, one may see an array of varied images. Everything in the world is also thus not any different from a dream. He who dwells in dream-like samadhi knows that everything mundane is like a dream, and yet not the same as one, nor different. Neither of one sort nor many sentient beings, karmic deeds in all lands, may be defined or pure. The Bodhisattva understands them exactly as they are, equivalent to dreams in every way. The Bodhisattva understands that his practices and the great vows he makes are all like dreams, and in that way no different from the mundane. Knowing the world to be empty and still, he does not destroy worldly dharmas, for they are like images in a dream, varying in size and color. This is called patience in perceiving all as dreams. Through this, the Bodhisattva understands worldly dharmas. He soon achieves unobstructed wisdom and saves vast flocks of beings. Commentary. Dreams are neither of the world nor apart from the world. Were we to search for the states of our dreams in the world, we would not find them. However, they cannot be found beyond the world either. Thus, dreams are neither in the world nor outside the world. When one knows that dreams are illusory and such duality is no longer delineated between the worldly and the world transcending, one enters the ground of patience. Our tendency to discriminate is a function of our conscious mind, our distorted mental process, and our attachments. The absence of discriminations is wisdom, liberation, and self-mastery. The attainment of wisdom, liberation, and self-mastery results from patience, from cultivating the Dharma of patience in perceiving all as dreams. In a dream, one may see an array of varied images. One may see images that are beautiful or ugly, good or bad, rough or refined, wholesome or evil. There are all sorts of appearances. Everything in the world is also thus not any different from a dream. That being the case, why must we be so attached? Why aren't we able to see through the facade of things and let go of them? He who dwells in dream-like samadhi, who understands that he is dreaming right in the midst of the dream, that everything mundane is like a dream. Good and wise friends, since you know everything is a dream, why don't you wake up from the dream? Why do you linger in the confusion of the dream? And yet everything is not the same as one, as a dream nor different. If you say they are the same, they aren't. If you say they are different, they are nevertheless the same. They are neither of one sort nor many. Sentient beings commit deeds in all lands. Sentient beings become deluded, create karma, and undergo retribution. This cycle of delusion, karma creation, and retribution keeps repeating, thus generating karma as profuse as motes of dust in all lands. That karma may be defined or pure. At this point, each of us should shine the light within and examine ourselves. We should ask ourselves, do I more defiled karma or more pure karma? What is meant by defiled or pure karma? I can't tell the difference. You say, then let us explain these terms clearly. If all you think about are the 5 worldly desires of wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep, you have defiled karma. If you spend your time cultivating faith, vigor, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom, then you have pure karma. Wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep are the 5 desires. Faith, vigor, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom are the Dharma of the 5 roots. If you can cultivate these 5 foundations of Bodhi daily, your pure karma will increase. If you wallow the 5 desires every day, your karma will be defiled. The Bodhisattva understands them exactly as they are. He completely understands what is pure and what is defiled. He realizes that all phenomena are equivalent to dreams in every way. He knows that all conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dewdrops and lightning flashes. One should contemplate them thus. The Bodhisattva understands that his practices and all the great vows he makes are all like dreams, and in that way, no different from the mundane. Dreams are the same as the all worldly conditioned dharmas. Knowing the world to be empty, unreal, and still, he does not destroy worldly dharmas. Yet it is right within worldly dharmas that the Bodhisattva cultivates transcendental dharmas. He does not leave worldly dharmas in order to accomplish transcendental dharmas. He accomplishes them without destroying worldly dharmas, for they are like images in a dream, varying in size and color. Some images are long, some are short. They are of various colors. This is the Dharma called patience in perceiving all as dreams. Within the dream, one awakens from the dream. Through this, the Bodhisattva understands the worldly dharmas. He soon achieves unobstructed, perfectly interfused wisdom and saves vast flocks of sentient beings. Only upon attaining perfect and unobstructed wisdom can we liberate all beings without restrictions or limitations. Sutra. Cultivating practices such as these, the Bodhisattva attains broad understanding. He skillfully perceives the nature of dharmas with no attachment to dharmas in his mind. In each and every world, all the various sounds are neither inside nor outside. He knows that they are all like echoes. Just as in listening to echoes, one's mind does not discriminate among them. When the Bodhisattva hears sounds, his mind is the same way. Commentary. Cultivating practices such as these, such as patience in perceiving all as dreams, the Bodhisattva attains about this broad wisdom and understanding of all dharmas. He skillfully perceives the nature of dharmas with no attachment to dharmas in his mind. He breaks through attachment to dharmas and attachment to self. In each and every world, all the various sounds are neither inside nor outside. This is the patience in perceiving all as echoes, sounds from neither from within nor from without. He knows that they are all like echoes. Just as in listening to all kinds of echoes, one's mind does not discriminate among them. When the Bodhisattva hears a variety of sounds, his mind is the same way. No matter what sound he hears, his mind is unmoved. Just as the water reflects the moon is in the water, but the moon is not the water. The Bodhisattva contemplates all sounds as echoes and is not affected by sounds. Sutra. He reverently beholds all such ones and listens to the sounds of the Dharma they speak. Measureless sutras are proclaimed. He listens, yet remains unattached. Just as echoes have no origin, sounds heard are the same way. Yet within the sounds, Dharma can be discerned without any mistakes or contradiction. He thoroughly understands all sounds, yet does not discriminate among them. Knowing that all sounds are empty and still, he sends forth pure, clear sounds everywhere. Knowing that Dharma is not a matter of language, he skillfully enters the wordless realm, and yet can use speech to reveal things, much as an echo resonates through the land. Comprehending the path of language, endowed with perception of sound, he realizes that sounds are essentially void, yet he speaks the language of the world. Commentary. He reverently beholds all thirsty ones and listens to the sounds of the drama they speak. Measureless sutras, toiling texts are proclaimed. He listens to the Buddha's discourses, yet remains unattached. The Bodhisattva's non-attachment is unlike our non-attachment in listening to sutra lectures. Our non-attachment means we forget what we have heard. We forget which sutra is being lectured and how it was explained. Why? Because we have no attachment. The Bodhisattva's non-attachment is such that he remembers yet does not become attached. He has severed the attachment to dramas, i.e., he does not hold to them as if they are real. Thus, the Bodhisattva's non-attachment is totally different from our non-attachment. Just as echoes have no origin, sounds heard are the same way. The Bodhisattva listens to sounds without attachment. In fact, sounds also have no origin. Yet, within the sounds of all Dharma can be discerned, without any mistake or contradiction. Regardless of whether sounds have an origin, they certainly do not contradict the sounds of Dharma. He thoroughly understands all sounds, yet does not discriminate among them. Knowing that all sounds are empty and still, with no substance of their own, he sends forth pure, clear sounds everywhere. The Bodhisattva speaks the Dharma with wonderful sounds, using his vast, long tongue, one of the 32 hallmarks of a Buddha. Knowing that the Dharma is not a matter of language, he skillfully enters the worldly realm. The Bodhisattva understands that the Dharma is basically beyond the grasp of speech, conceptualization, and language, by sweeping away all dharmas and leaving behind all appearances. The Bodhisattva skillfully enters the realm of worldliness, and yet can use speech to reveal things, much as an echo resonates through the land. The Bodhisattva is able to use words to explain principles that are beyond words, comprehending the path of all language, endowed with perception of sound. He realizes that sounds are essentially void, with no substance to them, yet he speaks the language of the world as a means of communication. Sutra. He reveals how all the sounds in the world are both the same and different. His sound pervades all places, enlightening the multitudes of beings. The Bodhisattva who acquires this patience transforms the world with pure sounds. He expediently speaks about the 3 periods of time, but has no attachment to time. Commentary. The Bodhisattva is free from all attachments, worries, discriminations, dramas, and appearances. He reveals the drama of how all the sounds in the world are both the same and different. His sound pervades all places throughout the Dharma realm, enlightening the multitudes of beings. Why is sound needed? It is through the medium of sound that the Bodhisattva espoused all wonderful dharmas to enlighten sentient beings in all worlds. The Bodhisattva who acquires this patience having to do with sounds transforms the world with pure sounds. He uses pure, clear sounds of Dharma to teach and transform sentient beings. He expediently speaks about the 3 periods of time. Although not a single period of time can be grasped, the Bodhisattva speaks cleverly and provisionally of there being a past, a present, and a future. That is just like asserting that yesterday, today, and tomorrow exist, but has no attachment to time. The Bodhisattva is not attached to anything in the world. Sutra. Wishing to benefit the world, he single-mindedly seeks after Bodhi. Constantly entering the Dharma nature, he entertains no discrimination. He observes that all things in the world are quiescent and devoid of an intrinsic nature. Yet he constantly benefits beings, cultivating with an unwavering resolve. He neither dwells in the world nor separates himself from the world. Relying on nothing in the world, he is nowhere dependent. Commentary. Wishing to benefit all sentient beings in the world, he single-mindedly seeks after Bodhi, the unsurpassed path to Buddhahood and enlightenment. Although the Bodhisattva benefits all beings in the world and seeks the unsurpassed path, He is constantly entering the fundamental substance of the Dharma nature. What is the fundamental substance of the Dharma nature? It is the absence of discrimination. Thus, while he entertains no discrimination, he accomplishes the path of Bodhi. He observes that all things in the world are quiescent and devoid of an intrinsic nature. Yet, he constantly practices the Bodhisattva path and benefits all beings, cultivating with an unwavering resolve. When the Bodhisattva cultivates the 6 paramitas and myriad practices, the Bodhisattva path is cultivating samadhi. Samadhi is being unmoved in the midst of movement. Movement is stillness. Stillness is movement. Movement and stillness are one. They are non-dual. Why? Because the Bodhisattva is free from all attachments. We who cultivate often misunderstand and think that we can develop samadhi through stillness. Actually, being calm and stillness is not as skillful as being calm in movement. If you lack samadhi in the midst of movement, you still will be influenced by your internal and external states. Don't make the mistake of delighting in emptiness and clinging to stillness. Cultivation requires that we cultivate stillness within movement and movement within stillness. Movement is stillness, and stillness is movement. Movement and stillness are not two different states. If you say, I like to be still and I don't like to move, then you are attached to stillness. If you say you prefer action to stillness, then you are attached to movement. Whether moving or being still, you should be in samadhi. What kind of state is that? It is described by 2 lines I often quote. The eye sees forms, but inside there is nothing. The ears hear sounds, but the mind does not know. In other words, when you awaken to what you see, you transcend the world. When you are confused by what you see, you sink and flounder. Samadhi is not realized only in stillness. The samadhi that develops during movement is even more genuine and useful. Cultivators must attain a state of perfect, unobstructed harmony. This is what cultivating with an unwavering resolve means. This unwavering resolve is also known as the unmoving mind. Mencius was 40 before he attained an unmoving mind and had some samadhi. Cao Tzu attained an unmoving mind earlier than Mencius, so Mencius said, Cao Tzu preceded me in achieving an unmoving mind. The unmoving mind is synonymous with the unwavering resolve. He neither dwells in the world nor separates himself from the world. He is attached neither to worldly dharmas nor to transcendental dharmas. Relying on nothing in the world, he is nowhere dependent. You won't be able to find any attachments, for the Bodhisattva is not attached to worldly or transcendental dharmas. Sutra. He comprehends the nature of the mundane, yet is undefined by and unattached to it. Without relying upon the world, he transforms and liberates those in the world. He completely knows the intrinsic nature of all the dharmas in the world. He understands that dharmas are non-dual, yet to non-duality he attaches not. His mind neither leaves the mundane nor dwells in the mundane. It is not beyond the mundane that he cultivates all wisdom. Like a reflection in water, neither inside nor outside, the Bodhisattva in quest of Bodhi understands that the world is not the world. He neither dwells in nor transcends the mundane, for the mundane is beyond words. He is neither within nor without, appearing in the world like a reflection. Commentary. He comprehends the nature of the mundane. The Bodhisattva understands the intrinsic nature of every worldly dharma, yet is undefined by and attached to it. Having severed the attachment to self and to dharmas, he is unattached to any worldly dharma. Without relying upon the world, he transforms and liberates those in the world. While not relying on worldly dharmas, the Bodhisattva teaches and transforms all sentient beings in the world, enabling them to leave suffering and attain happiness. He completely knows the true intrinsic nature of all the dharmas in the world. He understands that all dharmas are non-dual, yet to non-duality he attaches not. The Bodhisattva is not attached to the non-dual dharma of the primary truth. His mind neither leaves the mundane nor dwells in the mundane. The Bodhisattva does not live worldly dharmas, nor is he attached to the world. It is not beyond the mundane that he cultivates all wisdom. He does not seek all wisdom outside worldly dharmas. Rather, he cultivates the transcendental dharma right within mundane dharmas. He is in the world, yet transcends the world. It is as easy as turning your hand over. Before turning, you see the back of the hand. Once you turn it over, you see the palm. This is the same principle as afflictions being Bodhi. When you don't cultivate and fail to understand things as they really are, you have afflictions. When you understand, those afflictions are simply Bodhi. Bodhi is not outside of afflictions. Rather, Bodhi is right within afflictions. Afflictions are Bodhi and Bodhi is afflictions. If you know how to turn affliction around, it is Bodhi. If you don't, it is still affliction. Like a reflection of the moon in water, neither inside nor outside. Would you say the moon's reflection is in the water or outside the water? It is neither. The Bodhisattva in quest of Bodhi, the unsurpassed, proper and perfect enlightenment, understands that the world is not the world. He understands that the world is empty, and so the text says is not the world. All worldly dharmas are empty. He neither dwells in nor transcends the mundane. He is attached neither to worldly dharmas nor to transcendental dharmas, for the mundane is beyond words. The world is empty and ineffable. He is neither within the world nor without. Appearing in the world like a reflection, the Bodhisattva appears in the world like the reflection of the moon on water. Sutra answering this profound meaning. He leaves defilement and gains total clarity, yet he does not forsake for his original vow to be wisdom's lamp shining on all. The world has no boundaries, yet his wisdom infuses it to capacity. He transforms flocks of beings everywhere, enabling them to cast out all attachments. Commentary. Entering this profound meaning, the Bodhisattva understands the profound analogy. He contemplates that all things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dewdrops and lightning flashes. One should contemplate them thus. The Bodhisattva's wisdom is pure, so he leaves defilement and gains total clarity. He shines like a brilliant crystalline light that penetrates inside and out. Yet he does not forsake his original great vow, to be wisdom's lamp shining on all in the Dharma realm. The world has no boundaries, yet his wisdom infuses it to capacity. The Dharma realm and the world are boundless. If you have great wisdom, you can enter these boundless worlds and be equal to them. In these boundless worlds, he transforms limitless flocks of beings everywhere, enabling them to cast out all attachments. Sutra, contemplating the profound Dharma, he benefits the multitudes of beings, leading them to enter wisdom and cultivate every path to enlightenment. The Bodhisattva observes all dharmas, realizing that they are all like conjured effects, yet he undertakes practices resembling conjured effects, never forsaking them to the very end. In accord with the nature of conjured effects, he cultivates the Bodhi path. All dharmas resemble conjured effects, so do the Bodhisattva's practices. Commentary. Contemplating the profound Dharma of wisdom, he benefits the multitudes of beings, leading them to cultivate and answer great wisdom and cultivate every path to enlightenment as practiced by all Buddhas. The Bodhisattva observes and carefully ponders all dharmas, realizing that they are all like illusion and conjured effects, yet he undertakes practices resembling conjured effects, never forsaking them to the very end. He never gives up practicing the Bodhisattva path. In accord with the nature of conjured effects, he cultivates the Bodhi path. He cultivates all paths to enlightenment without becoming attached to any. All dharmas resemble conjured effects, constantly undergoing changes. So do the Bodhisattva's practices. He does not take them too seriously. Editor's note: the sense here is that he does the practices but does not attach to them. He spends his days going along with the natural course of things, being content with his lot and doing his share of work. Sutra: everything in all worlds and karma without measure are equally like conjured effects, dwelling ultimately in quiescence. All Buddhas in the three periods of time resemble conjured effects in every way. Cultivating myriad practices based on their vows, they transform into thirst come ones. The Buddhas with great compassion liberate and transform sentient beings. Such liberation is also like a conjured effect. By their transformative power, the Buddhas explain the Dharma. Knowing that all mundane things are conjured effects, the Bodhisattva does not discriminate among them. The various distinctions among conjured events result from differences in karma. Cultivating the practices of Bodhi, he adorns the treasury of conjured effects. With the infinite good deeds, he adorns it, just as karma creates the world. Commentary: the Bodhisattva contemplates how everything in all worlds and the karma and retribution without measure created by sentient beings are equally like conjured effects, dwelling ultimately in quiescence. All Buddhas in the three periods of time, past Buddhas, present Buddhas, and future Buddhas, resemble conjured effects in every way. Buddhas also resemble conjured effects, and thus you should not become attached to them. To be attached to the Buddhas is equivalent to adding a head on top of the head you already have. You will fail to attain true liberation. Cultivating the Bodhisattva's myriad practices based on their past great vows, they transform into thirst come ones. Completing and perfecting their practices is how the Buddhas become Buddhas. The Buddhas with great compassion liberate, teach, and transform sentient beings. Such teaching and liberation is also like a conjured effect. The Buddhas are working within an illusory realm. By their transformative power, the Buddhas explain the Dharma to all sentient beings. Knowing that all mundane things are illusions and conjured effects, empty, unreal, and unable to provide ultimate happiness, the Bodhisattva does not discriminate among them. He does not discriminate among these false dharmas. The various distinctions among conjured events result from differences in karma. Sentient beings create karma in their delusion and undergo different retributions. Cultivating the practices of Bodhi, the dharmas leading to enlightenment, he adorns the treasury of conjured effects. With infinite boundless good deeds, he adorns it, just as karma creates the world. The world is manifested through sentient beings' delusion, creation of karma and undergoing of retributions. Why haven't we sentient beings attained Buddhahood yet? Everything we do is just a little bit off. If we weren't off by that little bit, we would have become Buddhas long ago. In everything we do, we are one step behind, so we can never catch up. We always miss our opportunity. Even if we bring forth the resolve for Bodhi and cultivate the Bodhi path, we have all kinds of attachments. Originally, we were right on track, but then we got ourselves into trouble, so we were off by that little bit. If we could apply ourselves on that little bit, we will certainly become Buddha soon. Sutra: the Dharma of conjured effects is beyond discrimination and does not differentiate among dharmas. Both of these are quiescent, as are the Bodhisattva's practices. The sea of conjured effects is understood with wisdom. The nature of conjured effects imprints all worlds. Conjured effects neither come into being nor cease to be. The same is true of wisdom. Commentary: the Dharma of conjured effects is beyond discrimination and does not differentiate among dharmas. Why are there no discriminations? The next line says very clearly, both of these, i.e., all dharmas and the nature of conjured effects, are quiescent. They do not exist, as are the Bodhisattva's practices. The Bodhisattva acts without effort, is not attached to any of his practices. The sea of conjured effects is understood only by someone with wisdom. The nature of conjured effects imprints all worlds. Conjured effects neither come into being nor cease to be. The same is true of wisdom. Conjured effects are neither produced nor destroyed, since they do not exist to begin with. Wisdom, too, is unproduced and undestroyed. It is originally that way. Sutra. With the 10th patience, he sagaciously observes sentient beings and all dharmas, how quiescent their essential nature is, like the void belonging nowhere. Attaining to this void-like wisdom, he leaves all attachments behind forever. Like the void empty of everything, he is unimpeded throughout the worlds. Patience in perceiving all as the void that he achieves. His power, like the void, is inexhaustible. States of being resemble empty space, yet he discriminates not as to emptiness. Commentary. With the 10th patience, patience in perceiving all as the void, he sagaciously observes sentient beings and all dharmas, how quiescent and impermanent their essential nature is, like the void belonging nowhere. The void has no location. If it had a location, it would not be the void. Attaining to this void-like wisdom, he leaves all discriminations and attachments behind forever. Like the void empty of everything, he is unimpeded throughout the worlds. Since the Bodhisattva is empty, nothing can obstruct him. Patience is perceiving all as the void that he achieves. His power, like the void, is inexhaustible. The power of this patience is as infinite as space. States of being resemble empty space, yet he discriminates not as to emptiness, since he is like the void. What is there to discriminate in the void? If it could be discriminated, it would not be the void. Sutra. The void has no essential nature. It is not subject to annihilation, and is absent of various discriminations. The power of wisdom is also like this. Without a beginning, the void has neither a middle nor an end. Equally unfathomable in its expanse is the Bodhisattva's wisdom. With that, he contemplates the nature of all dharmas, how everything is like the void, neither coming into being nor ceasing to be. That is the Bodhisattva's attainment. While abiding in the Dharma of emptiness, he still expounds for sentient beings, subduing all the demons. Through the experience of this patience, worldly characteristics, however different, are all empty of characteristics. Answering that which is uncharacterized, he regards all characteristics as equal. Commentary. The void has no real substance and no essential nature. The void is sunyata, emptiness, and sunyata is the void. It is not subject to annihilation, though the void is empty and has nothing in it. It is not a drama subject to annihilation, and yet it is absent of various discriminations. The power of wisdom is also like this. Wisdom is basically invisible, yet it cannot be annihilated. Without a beginning, the void has neither a middle nor an end. Equally unfathomable in its expanse is the Bodhisattva's wisdom. The Bodhisattva's wisdom is as immeasurable as empty space. With that, he contemplates the nature of all dharmas, how everything is like the void, neither coming into being nor ceasing to be. That is the Bodhisattva's attainment. The wisdom attained by the Bodhisattva is likewise unproduced and undestroyed. While abiding in the Dharma of emptiness, in the patience of perceiving all as the void, he still expediently espoused the Dharma for sentient beings, subduing all the celestial demons and externalists through the experience of this patience. Worldly characteristics, however different, are all empty of characteristics. Once you understand You see that all attributes are empty and without substance. Entering that which is uncharacterized, attaining the Dharma of the uncharacterized. He regards all characteristics as equal. Once you understand the uncharacterized, you realize that there is nothing it fails to characterize. As it is said, the characteristic of reality is uncharacterized, yet there is nothing it fails to characterize. It is the same as empty space. Sutra. He uses a single expedient to universally answer all wants. He knows the dharmas of the three periods of time to be equal in their void-like nature. His wisdom, his voice, the Bodhisattva's body. The nature is void-like, completely quiescent. Commentary. He uses a single expedient dharma to create innumerable transformation bodies in order to universally answer all worlds in the 10 directions and teach and transform sentient beings in these worlds. He knows the dharmas of the three periods of time to be equal in their void-like nature. The Bodhisattva understands all dharmas of the past, present, and future and knows them to be no different from the void. His wisdom, his voice, the Bodhisattva's body, the nature is void-like, completely quiescent. The Bodhisattva's wisdom, his sounds, his body are essentially like empty space. They are still and absent of characteristics. Sutra. These 10 kinds of patience are cultivated by the disciple of the Buddha, with his mind deftly dwelling in peace therein. He espoused dharmas for all sentient beings. Learning them well, he achieves great power. The power of Dharma and the power of wisdom provide expedience on his path to Bodhi. Versed in the method of patience, he accomplishes imparted wisdom, excelling the multitudes in turning the unsurpassed Dharma will. His extensive practices are immeasurable in scope. Only the taming teachers sea of wisdom can know them in detail. Renouncing the self for the sake of cultivation, he enters the profound Dharma nature. His mind constantly abides in pure Dharmas, with which he ministers to the multitudes. The number of sentient beings endured most in lands could still be reckoned, but no limit to the Bodhisattva's meritorious virtue can be ascertained. The Bodhisattva manages to achieve these 10 kinds of patience. His wisdom and practices remain unfathomable to the multitudes. Commentary. These 10 kinds of patience, the Dharma gateways to wisdom, mentioned earlier, are cultivated by the disciple of the Buddha. All disciples of the Buddha ought to cultivate them, with his mind deftly dwelling in peace therein. The Bodhisattva dwells in those 10 kinds of patience, bearing what others cannot bear, and he espoused these dharmas for all sentient beings in great detail. Learning and practicing them well, he achieves limitless, boundless great power of wisdom. The power of Dharma and the power of wisdom provide expedience on his path to Bodhi. They serve as initial expedience for the Bodhisattva on the path to enlightenment. Versed in the method of the 10 kinds of patience, he accomplishes unimpeded wisdom, excelling the multitudes, for the Bodhisattva's wisdom surpasses the wisdom of all worldly and world-transcending beings. He constantly engages in turning the unsurpassed, wonderful Dharma will. He extensive practices. The Bodhisattva cultivates extensive, great practices. We, on the other hand, do a small meritorious deed and consider ourselves terrific. Take a look. The Bodhisattva's extensive practices are immeasurable in scope. How numerous are they? It cannot be known. Only the taming teacher sea of wisdom can know them in detail. The Bodhisattva's great practices can only be known through the Buddha's oceanic wisdom. Renouncing the self for the sake of cultivation, he enters the profound Dharma nature. His mind constantly abides in pure, undefiled dharmas, with which he ministers to the multitudes. The Bodhisattva uses pure dharmas to teach and transform sentient beings. The number of sentient beings and thus most in lands could still be reckoned, but no limit to the Bodhisattva's meritorious virtue can be ascertained. No one can measure the extent of the Bodhisattva's merit and virtue. The Bodhisattva manages to achieve these 10 kinds of patience. His wisdom and practices remain unfathomable to the multitudes. Human and celestial beings cannot fathom the states of the Bodhisattva's cultivation. Verse of transference. May the merit and virtue accrued from this work adorn the Buddha's pure lands, repaying 4 kinds of kindness above, and aiding those suffering in the paths below. May those who see and hear of this all bring forth the resolve for Bodhi, and when this retribution body is over, be born together in ultimate bliss.